Hi guys. Hello, hello. Thanks for joining for craft with me today. I haven't been here for a while. I was not here the week of Christmas, which was last week, right? And so I haven't seen you guys in a few days. I am super excited that you guys, some of you are coming and hanging out with us tonight. I'm going to make some, I don't know, I have some unfinished journals, which are basically finished, but I'm just going to do the last little walkthrough before I call them officially finished. So that's what I have on the table. I have other projects that we can work on. We can make some ephemera. We can do whatever it is that you guys want to do. And then we'll chit chat the whole time, catch up. I haven't seen you guys, like I said, for quite a while. So I've missed you all. I hope you all had a wonderful Christmas if you celebrate Christmas. And I will send out a message tomorrow for New Year's. And there is going to be a new challenge in the Facebook group for New Year's. It's going to be similar to what we did in some manner. It's going to be similar to what we did in December. So there'll be a new group challenge coming out. On this challenge comes out tomorrow and it starts on New Year's Day. So it'll be the January Junk Journal Makers Facebook group challenge. So that's happening. Yes, Misty, Happy New Year. Yep, because I won't see you guys. At least I don't know. I don't think I will see you guys tomorrow, but I might. I'm working on something, so we'll see. We'll see if I see you guys tomorrow. I probably won't. So Happy New Year. I will say it again in an email and I will put some stuff in the Facebook group, obviously. But thank you guys for joining me. Lisa Marie is here. Maria, sorry, I just did it again. Ria is here. Carol E is here. Jenny is here. Karen is here. Misty's here. Diana B is here. Debbie C is here. Pam Green's here. Hello, hello. And so I hope you guys had a great holiday if you celebrate. I hope that you did whatever it is that you wanted to do. I hope that if you just wanted to have a, chill, relaxed day at home and be in your PJs all day, I hope that you got a chance to do that. If it was going over and spending time at, a friend's house or a relative's house or family's house, you know what I mean? Spending Christmas Day over there. I hope that you guys got a chance to do that. If you were hosting, I hope you had a chance to do that. I hope you all had a wonderful day doing whatever it is that you wanted to do. I know some people, it is really just a day where they relax. They watch maybe some movies on TV. They hang out in their PJs. They eat their favorite food, and that's kind of their Christmas. Other people have some phone conversations with relatives that they can't visit in person for one reason or another. They live too far away, etc. So I hope that you guys all had a good day. I had a great Christmas day. It was wonderful. My daughter and her fiance came over for Christmas, and my son and I were here. So it was just the four of us. It was a very lovely day. We woke up, like every family does pretty much in the morning, and got straight away to opening presents. My daughter comes over early so that she and my son can open presents together, just like they were children again. So that all happened. And then we played some games. We had Christmas dinner. It was a great day. So I'm hoping that you guys did whatever it is that you wanted to do that made you guys happy on Christmas Day. New Year's Day, we don't really do anything. We have a dog, and the dog is afraid of the fireworks since we have fireworks and firecrackers here. So basically, we're just babysitting the dog on New Year's Eve. But New Year's Day, just another, I guess we'll relax or whatever, but it's just basically another day around here. What did we eat? So for Thanksgiving, we did the turkey and the whole spread. For Christmas, I was kind of going in between doing like the prime rib and doing the ham. I just did the ham. It's kind of easy. So we did ham, and we did kind of a cheesy mashed potato, and I did some apples to go on the side, and was something else. I don't know, mac and cheese. Yeah. Ham, mac and cheese, and potatoes. We had lots of carbs. And we did have a veggie tray to snack on, but we didn't do a whole lot of food. Of course, we did Christmas cookies and things like that. So we didn't do a whole lot of food. I do like to keep the Christmas dinner, if we do it on Christmas Day, pretty simple. If we do it on Christmas Eve, I usually do a bigger meal, kind of like Thanksgiving. It's just because you have more time on, or at least I have more time on Christmas Eve. So anyway, that's what we did. Oh, Kendall, I'm sorry. I know a lot of people had to work on Christmas Day. And for those people, we all appreciate whatever it is that you were doing, because obviously, if you're working on Christmas Day, you're um, kind of giving up your Christmas to serve whatever it is that you're doing. If you're working, if you're working at Panda Express, if you're working at the utility company, I don't know, all kinds of places were open on Christmas Day, which always shocks me. But thank you for working on Christmas Day, whatever you're doing. Oh gosh, people are always ill this time of year, right? It starts the season of infections and colds and flus. We get that later here because we're so warm. It just seems to hit the other side of the country first and work its way across. That sounds lovely, Lisa. Lovely. Happy New Year, Brenda. Yes, Happy New Year. Behind on your Christmas journal? Well, I have the Christmas journal here. It's basically done. I have like one or two more things to like tidy up in there, but that's basically done. I was working on that before I went live today. I do have the other three journals were the quilt journals. I have those here. Those are done, except for there may be one or two little things that need to be done on them. So those are the kinds of things I'm going to work on in the beginning. And then we can get to making some ephemera or something else, or we'll just chat and hang out. I don't know how long we'll go today. I don't have a set plan for today. It was more or less, I haven't seen you guys in a very long time. I miss you guys. I wanted to know how all of your Christmases were. Just kind of popping in to say hello. And then, so we won't have a sale tomorrow because it's New Year's Eve, and I'm just not quite ready to jump back into that yet. But you might see a sale next Tuesday. I'm not sure yet. As you guys can see behind me, there's a whole big bunch of things that have arrived. So I might do a sale next Tuesday. I don't know yet. It might be the week after that. I don't know yet. We'll have to play that part by ear. As far as journal kits go, I will be coming on with video and doing a whole thing about that. So those are coming. Pam Green, you could absolutely use Florentine paper as a page in a journal if you wanted to. I have done it before. I didn't do it in any of these current journals, but it's sturdy enough paper. You absolutely could do that. Oh no. Oh no. Well, at least we can hang out together. And even if you guys are sick, no one else is going to catch it from you. we can hang out together. Sorry you guys are feeling ill. Quite a few of you there feeling ill. Goodness. Well, I hope that it is something short and it goes away very quick. So, how was everyone's Christmas? I know lots of people had to work, it seems like. What did you guys all get up to? Did anyone get to craft on Christmas Day? Because I really wanted to, but there was so many other things to do that day. Well, I'm glad that you guys could come hang out with me. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me. Sick the week before Christmas. Yeah. I actually got really behind in what I wanted to do, both for my family and for us here. And so I was actually feeling really like just bummed about not getting to do all the things that I needed to do here and for my family. And so I guess it just kind of snuck up on me, and then there was just some challenges and so some stuff that I wanted to do just didn't get done. And I was bummed about it for several days. And then I was like, all we can do is our best, and things happen and things do put us, behind. And Christmas is hard, especially on women, right? Men have a different experience for the most part about Christmas or holidays. Mostly it is the women who do Christmas, who make sure all the gifts are purchased, make sure there's, the meal and the decorating and the cleaning the house before the family comes over. Like, it's a whole thing, right? And sometimes the men do it, but for the most part, for my experience, it is the women who have done that. And it is a lot of work and a lot of challenges come up. And so I think we just have to cut ourselves some slack and understand that I'm sure we all did a fabulous job at this, even if not every single little thing got done perfectly, or maybe even at all. I know that we are harder on ourselves than we need to be. So let's just cut ourselves some slack. And maybe next year we will get a head start. Maybe we'll start shopping in March for Christmas of 2025. I don't know, but let's not stress about it too much, because there isn't anything we can do about it. And what is done is done. And so I did bake the cookies, and I made them all, but I did not take the time that I wanted to take to make them all look perfect. Some of them, there's frosting in a bowl and you have to frost your own cookie because it didn't happen. And I just have to own that. And I just have to say, you know what? All the cookies got made. They're all edible. They taste great. But some of them you have to frost yourself as you go. And that's just what happened. I just did not have time. I baked the cookies on Christmas Eve because I was busy. When I said that I was taking time off, I literally did not quit working until like the day before Christmas Eve. And then I had to bake the cookies, and I still had presents. I was wrapping presents at 2 a.m. like, because things just they didn't arrive on time. And I'm sure you guys have very similar experiences. So let's just all cut ourselves some slack. And if you have to frost your own cookie, you got to frost your own cookie. That's just what it is. I made 4 different types of cookies. 4. And it's totally fine. I made more cookies than people are going to eat anyway. It's all good. Totally fine. Let's start now for Christmas preparing. I absolutely would like to. However, I'm always just too busy for any conscious thought process. I do have some New Year's resolutions. I will come and share those with you next time I see you guys. Or maybe I could share some with you now. One of my things that I want to work on for New Year's is I want to focus on having a lot more patience for my fellow man. I tend to, like, if I'm driving and someone cuts me off, instead of just taking that deep breath and thinking, well, maybe they needed to be somewhere really, really, they were late or whatever, I think to myself and I'm like, man, that was like crazy. You like swerved in front of me and like, just, I don't get mad like, and like, do anything. I'm just saying, I don't have enough patience for the little things like that. And I think it's because I'm busy and I've always got so much on my mind that when little things happen, I should just take a deep breath and realize I need to have more patience for my fellow man. I need to have more understanding and patience when you order a pizza and you get it one way and you wait an hour and a half and it comes and it's got anchovies on it. Not that I get mad, not that I do anything, but it just, instead of thinking about, well, oh, that's a shame or whatever, like I let it, I don't know. I let it be a negative thing instead of being like, oh, well, maybe pizza with anchovies is great. Like, I know it's not, but I'm just saying, I'm going to try to have more patience and understanding for all the little things that happen. And I think the goal for me is by having that patience and that understanding, more patience and more understanding for my fellow man, maybe in turn, I will be happier because when all these little things happen that constantly happen, I won't be like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Amazon didn't deliver whatever it is I needed for today. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Well, you're going to figure it out and you're going to move on. And you don't need to stress about it. It is what it is. Fester. Yeah. Yeah. Lots of things. I don't know. I'm just going to try to be more chill about that kind of thing. It's not going to happen probably, but I'm going to try. That's one thing I would like to work on. There's a list of things I would like to work on, but that's one I'll share with you guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, and so sometimes, like, so I was thinking about this specifically the other day. I was waiting in line at the coffee place, and the person in front of me at the coffee place was throwing a fit because they got the wrong coffee. And I've told you guys this place, I love their coffee, but unfortunately, at least probably half of the time you don't get the right coffee. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's training the employees. I don't know if it's machinery. I don't know what it is. But more than half the time you don't get the coffee that you ordered. You get either someone else's coffee, or you just get like a coffee that doesn't have the syrup flavor that you paid for or whatever. And the person in front of me the other day was throwing a fit because they didn't get their coffee right. And they were being like really mean and stuff. And like, they were really upset. And they said, you guys do this to me all the time. And I was thinking in my head, yeah, they do it all the time. But I don't throw a fit like that. Like, it's unfortunate, but like, I just think the coffee people that are working in there, I mean, they're extremely busy. If you've ever been to a Dutch Brothers, like, the line is long. There's a million people there all the time. The people are working and making those coffees as fast as they can possibly make them. Like, nobody's slacking off there, right? You see them working really hard. But things happen. And yeah, you get the wrong coffee sometimes. And it might be their menu. Maybe, because I have experienced this. There's two coffees. They're very, very similar. I hate one of them and I love the other one. But depending on exactly the way that they put it into the system, I get a Dutch freeze with a half sweet of white chocolate. That's the way I order mine. But there's also a white mocha, and the white mocha has chocolate milk in it. And the chocolate milk they use at Dutch Brothers is very chocolatey, and you can taste it. I don't like chocolate milk. So I don't like the one, but I like the other, and they're very, very similarly named. So when you order, somebody might be in a hurry or whatever, and they push the wrong button, or they just thought you wanted one thing and you wanted something different or whatever. So it happens. But, I don't scream and I don't throw a fit and I don't demand anything. I just go back the next time and get my coffee, and hopefully it's the right one. I have tried to taste it before I leave, just to see, make sure it's the right one. And sometimes I will say, okay, this one isn't the right one. And I will be nice and I will tell them that, and they will make my coffee. And that's fine. You can totally do that. You're totally allowed to, as long as you're being polite. There's nothing wrong with saying something, but there's a point where being unpolite, being nasty is, obviously that's just never okay. So if something happens, just be polite about it. And I think that you all will find the same thing I found. If you're polite, they're happy to remake it. But if you're not polite, they're probably really not going to be happy to remake your coffee. And I know coffee is something small. I'm just saying. So we have to have more patience with everyone and everything. Everything happens for a reason. To be more in the moment, that's a good one. Maria, that we need to talk. That's a great one. That's a great one. Maybe there is a better coffee place. I bought a espresso machine, so I think I'm just going. My other New Year's resolution is to stop paying the $7 for a cup of coffee and make my own coffee at home, which the espresso machine was, it was an investment, but hopefully I will not have to. One of the things is have the time to go get coffee. I don't have the time to go get coffee, but if I make it at home and I can make it good with the syrup flavors or whatever it is that you need, hopefully then I can save the $7 a cup every day. So I'm not getting it every day, but you know what I mean. So that's another one, is to just, if I can save money from getting coffee and time from having to go get coffee and not have the wrong coffee half the time, it would be great. So that's another one. A quieter, calmer. Awesome. What are you guys thinking about for New Year's? Does anyone actually go out and like do the big New Year's thing anymore? Anybody do that? Walmart slippers. Super cute. Yeah, that's something I think we all have to work on every day, probably. Uh-oh. Rhea, I hope I'm not mean, but I'm pretty sure there are places that do things like that when people are nasty. I mean, you see the videos online, so whatever. I think eating more at home and drinking my own coffee will be a good resolution for me. And there are other reasons too, but that's one of them. I do eat at home most of the time, but I'm really going to work hard at cutting out. I get so busy and I have so little time. And so if I'm out running around and running errands and there is a fast food place that I can get something that it's supposed to be healthier, then I would do that. But I'm going to quit doing that because none of that stuff is healthy. Even their healthy stuff is not healthy. So I'm going to stop doing the food from out of the house. I'm going to make all of my own food and make my own coffee. We'll see how long that lasts. I mean, obviously, I'll still go to dinner if it's friends or family or something like that, or birthdays or something like that. If there's a specific restaurant that we love, fine. But the eating out because of lack of time or energy or whatever, I'm going to cut that out. I do stay home just because of the dog mostly, but I mean, there isn't a whole lot to do here either. We're in Arizona. Dinner and games. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds very fun. Crafting for New Year's. Can't pay you to leave your house. Yeah, there's a safety thing with New Year's Eve too, right? See, lovely, lovely. Misty, we have to work on things like that too. And I'm sure you can master this. Yep. Health challenges are real. Unfortunately, most of us deal with them at some point in our life. Some people get, health challenges when they're younger, and some people get them when they're older, but we all get them at some point, and some people are more blessed and, blessed in other ways. I don't know. I have fibro pretty bad, and I have pretty bad pain. I don't really see a whole lot about the pain. I've talked about it a little bit, but I don't really say a whole lot about it. It's not really something that publicly would discuss, but I'm just saying I live with pain. I know a lot of you guys live with pain and other challenges, and we have to do the best that we can with that stuff. And for me, really honestly, truthfully, crafting and just even if it's not like making a journal, even if it's just sitting down and like doing some like jelly printing or something creative, it does help me in several ways. So art therapy is just literally the most simplest way I can explain it, is crafting, making, doing art, painting, whatever it is that you like to do. And it's therapy as in getting your mind off of your pain and, you know, bodily problems and focusing that energy on doing something that brings you enjoyment. And a lot of people have found that that does help them. It helps them mentally. It helps their pain. It helps them with their flexibility and their mobility, because some people are dealing with like hand issues or arm issues or whatever it is. So there's all kinds of things that art therapy helps with. But for me, that's one of the reasons why I got into junk journals, is because I needed to do something. And that was a way of combining multiple loves into one thing. And so that has been great for me. If I didn't have that, I would have to find some other hobby, because without the hobbies, your mind or my mind would think about the pain too much. So if you move past the physical pain and do some crafting or something that you enjoy, sewing, whatever it is, I think every second that you're not thinking about the pain is a win. So that's the way I do it. That's wonderful, Misty. That's wonderful. Awesome. Yep. Yep, Lisa. Lots of people doing the art therapy. And art therapy, there is really no set definition. It is whatever it is that you want it to be. All right. Shall we move to crafting? Does anyone have any questions for me about anything? And there are a few people, there are all of the Canadian people, and there are a few people who paid after I stopped shipping. So if you have paid after I stopped shipping, there's a pickup scheduled for tomorrow, but I don't know if they're going to come tomorrow. It may be the day after New Year's, so the 2nd, because I don't know if the post office is open on the 1st, but the very next day that the post office is open is the day that your package is shipping. Like I said, I have a pickup scheduled tomorrow, but I don't know if they're going to come because it's New Year's Eve. So if you paid after I stopped shipping, the packages are all done. They're sitting there. They've been sitting there. They will go the next time USPS is open. If you are in Canada, I know that the strike is supposed to be over. However, Pirate Ship will still not let me ship to you because it says USPS has put a hold on shipping to Canada. So I think we just need to give that whole system a little bit more time for the backlog to be taken care of and for USPS and Canada Post to talk together and work it all out to where I can ship your packages. So all internet or all Canadian packages are still here. Other international has been shipped. And anyone who paid after I stopped shipping, your package will leave the next time USPS is open. That's pretty much all of that information. Shelly, thank you. Okay, perfect. It won't let me ship to you right now anyway. I don't know when that's going to get resolved, but I'm hoping that it's just because the strike it was over fairly recently and the holidays. So once the holiday backlog and Canadian Post and USPS talk and work it all out, I'm sure we can get your shipping done. Some of you guys have had packages here for a while, and some of you I shipped packages to before the strike had closed USPS, and so those packages are still out there. So I really hope they never go on strike again. I don't know what the issues were there. I'm just saying for people trying to get their items and for me trying to ship their items, international postal strikes have been quite challenging. Okay. I did. We did the Christmas ones. There's the everyday ones, and I will bring them at a future live sale. They're the similar ones as to the Christmas ones with the magic covers. They're just different insides, different guts, different covers. But those ones will come to a live sale. I have the ones here that are unfinished. Well, they're basically finished. I'm going to show those and we'll go through those quick and finish up whatever needs finished. And then we can have fun making whatever. I don't know, some ephemera probably. Okay, before I switch the camera down, there is one kind of exciting announcement that I'm going to tell you guys about. There's several things happening. There's things happening to this room. But depending on how fast I come back from break will be whether or not this room gets done before or after. But one of the exciting things I wanted to tell you guys about is for YouTube videos, I will start on January 1st having a daily YouTube video, and it's just going to be 365 junk journal ideas. So every day for the next year, I will have a short video showing you one of 365 different junk journal ideas. It can be a technique, it can be an ephemera piece we make, it can be anything and everything encompassing in a junk journal. And there's 365 different ideas that I'm going to work through and show you guys every day. Those videos, they're not lives, they're actual videos that have been filmed. And those videos will air every single morning on my channel. So if you're a subscriber to my channel, you should get a notification when the video is up. If you're not a subscriber and you are interested in 365 junk journal ideas, you can subscribe and they will hopefully send you a link or send you those videos on your home screen. But that will be happening every morning, starting the morning of the 1st. So that's what I'm doing for videos. Live sale changes. We'll talk about the Tuesday that I have the very first live sale when I come back. There are changes to live sales too, but we'll talk about that when it happens. But I did want to tell you guys that, so you guys will see the videos and it'll just be like every morning I'm aiming for 15 minutes, a video of 15 minutes. It may be shorter and it may be slightly longer, but it certainly will not be past a half an hour. I think 15 minutes every morning is kind of asking a lot from everyone. So yeah, the videos will just stay up on the channel for forever, like all of the other videos. And we'll just do that every day moving forward. And that will help me because I need to craft more. Doing all the live sale stuff takes up so much of my time that my goal for 2025 is to reclaim some of that time and go back to doing more crafting, because that is what makes me happy. And that's kind of what all of this was about, was making junk journals. So for 365 days in a row, I'll just have that short video. I'm sure it will continue on after that, but in what form, I'm not sure. So that's what we're going to do. Awesome, guys. Well, hopefully you guys catch the videos. Let me flip the camera down, and thank you guys all for your support too. That's amazing that you guys are willing to watch those videos and, you know, support whatever it is that I'm doing here. It's kind of a group thing though, right? Like we do this all together. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your support on that. All right, let me flip the camera down. I got to remember how to do that. You're going to see a huge mess on the table. Yeah, it's a huge mess. Okay, we have plastic over here. Let me turn my monitor so I can see chat. We have plastic over here. The reason why the plastic is here, because I need to put lace on the edges of these journals, and I use these cut up, this one has ink all over it. I use these cut up plastic bags. They're the plastic pouches that I ship your guys' stuff in, and there were just ones that were torn or whatever. So I use them to put in between the pages of the journal when I put lace on it, and I put this here, and then I put my glue so that I don't glue, like, you know, 2 pages together, etc. Also, it lets the glue dry. So that's why those are there. Let me move them because they're giving everyone quite a glare. So let me move that. I am going to need them, but I don't want them to glare you all to death. Okay, I have a bunch of rolls of lace up here. Let me make myself some room, or at least try to. I have a bunch of rolls of lace because, like I said, I want to put lace on the corners, the edges of the pages. These are the 3 journals that I need to wrap up. They basically need their closure. So does this Christmas one. And then I need to put lace on the page edges and pocket bottoms and things like that. So I'm going to work on finishing this stuff up. And then after that, this shouldn't take very long, but after that, we can move on to something else. The Christmas journal is here. I have a little plastic tray that I've kept some Tim Holtz ephemera little pieces in. But the Christmas journal is just about done. I need some more space, because while it fits on the desk, it doesn't fit in camera view. So the Christmas journal is just about done. This is the one we did. It was the kit. So that's what it came out looking like. I love it. I think it's beautiful. And then on the inside, we'll kind of do a quick flip through. I did put lace down all of the page edges here. So that's what I'm going to do to the other 3 over there. So I really like putting the lace here because it kind of covered up that little doll and the 2 dolls, him with his arms out. It kind of freaks me out sometimes. So anyway, I think we're just about done with it. I'll show you the couple of things that I changed. Added some lace down here to the pocket bottoms on a couple spots. I did switch up this a little bit. I put one of those lace samples hanging over the page here. And I did it because this page by itself is kind of ugly in my opinion, but I wanted to bring the pink over to this side. So I brought the pink over here in this lace sample card. And then I used that tiny little pink French lace down the page edge. You can't really see that it's pink, but it's the same pink as this. And then right here, I have this leftover scrap of this gold, and I'm going to pin it to this page. Pin or staple. I haven't figured out whether I'm going to pin or staple it, but it will be there. So that needs finished. Everything else is fine here. I did put a little card in this bag. I added the lace, like I said. This is what I changed up over here. I made a hole and I just kept going with it, which happens all the time when I make a new piece of ephemera. I just can't stop myself. So this was an envelope that I glued in or sewed into the signature. The flap of the envelope is on the other half of the signature, and the envelope part was on this side. And so I began by covering the envelope with one of these pre-made tags. And then I made a journal card to go in. I made a journal card to go in this pocket. Don't tell me it's stuck. It's not. Okay, cool. It's not stuck, but it doesn't want to come out at the same time. Oh my gosh. So I made a journal card to go into the part of the envelope where like the letter would go. And see, there's a little place where this goes down in here. It's very hard when you can't like pick up the journal. So there's a little place there where the journal card goes in there. Then we glued the tag to the front of the envelope, and I made another journal card here that goes in this part. But then I needed to finish the back of the envelope. So I glued a piece of Tim Holtz cardstock to cover the back of the envelope, but I made sure when I glued it on as an additional pocket right here. So I've got 1, 2, 3 pockets just right here on this side. And then I made a 4th pocket back here just with little Tim Holtz ephemera. And all of these are little ephemera pieces that come out. So that's what I did with this side of the envelope. The other side of the envelope, the little flap part, is done differently back in the back. We will make those again because I also made variations and put one in the idea book. So there's that. I just kept going and adding and adding. I have a little piece of lace here because I want to sew some lace tabs at the top of some of the tags. And then, where is it? I put lace here in the center. And somewhere right here, I found this book page that says Jesus Christ right there. And so I have a little angel pre-made tag, and this page just needed something. So I'm just going to clip these to this onion skin page. They'll just be clipped right here. And I love the way that all the flowery stuff looks. There's pinks in there. I love the old raggedy book page. So that's just going to get paper clipped in there. And then on this side, this Christmas postcard from the kit is going to get clipped right there. And then I added lace there. This is that big lace that hangs out. There's that one. And then this is the other half of the envelope. This is the flap section. So if I turn it this way, you can see this is the envelope flap right here. And I built this in the journal. The only thing, the way it started was just an envelope in the journal. So I had to build it and do all the embellishing while the envelope was sewn in. When I make them in the future, I will probably pre-make a bunch of envelopes and then just pull them and use them in the signature. They'll still get sewn in, but I want to construct it before you don't have to, but I want to construct it before I glue or sew in the signature in the future. I think it just would be easier. So this is not coffee dyed. I just inked it, but this is the flap of the envelope. And then this is the other part of the Tim Holtz cardstock. On this side, I totally could have left it a pocket. I did not want to. I don't need any more pockets in this journal. It has so many pockets already. So I just glued this down. But you could totally make that a pocket on that side too. On this side, it's just a little flip. And I'm just going to paper clip some ephemera with this little, it's like a little journal card. So I'm going to paper clip that in there, but this is the envelope. You could cover this. You could do the tuck the other way where you trim off this piece of cardstock and put it here and then just put the tuck. But I kind of liked the fact that you could see this started out as an envelope. That way, when somebody's trying to figure out, well, how did this happen? Because it's the same piece of cardstock, I think maybe, that might be kind of interesting. So I left it like that. And then we're pretty much, everything else is done. I trimmed this, this right here is the glassine bag. And I trimmed it at an angle so that I could get my journal card to come in here. But if I didn't trim it at an angle, the card would be too far down in the bag. So I trimmed it at an angle so that you can get the card in and out. You could turn the card around and go this way too if you wanted, but I like the green on this side because there is a bunch of green right here. So anyway, I think trimming the bags at an angle is a good idea so that you can get your card in and out without having to fish for it. And then we did those. This is the page I just was working on before I turned on the camera. I just glued, this page needed something. These, Godey's pages are kind of on the plain side. Yes, there's a lot of pretty ladies, but they needed something. So I glued this little piece of ephemera right here, and it's actually a little tuck, right? Little pocket, little tuck, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to paper clip this tag right here. I think I want to put some lace at the tops of most of the little pre-made tags. We'll see. If I do put lace, I usually sew it. You can staple it or glue it or whatever, and that's pretty much it. Like this one, you can see it really needs some lace at the top of it. So I'm going to put tabs, a little Florentine paper tab here, just to kind of, give it a little something. And that's it. That's the journal. So like I said, it's basically done. It needs a closure, and for the closure of this one, I'm going to use seam binding, and I'm going to put eyelets in. So I'll put an eyelet, seam binding, and then this guy will be done. I mean, he needs beads too, but sometimes I don't do beads, as you guys know. So that's that one. For these guys, there really isn't anything that we need to do in this one anymore. It's really just sewing lace at the tops of those tabs and getting some paper clips out and clipping some things. I'm going to stick some antique ephemera in here, and I think that's going to be it for that one. This one is available. It hasn't been claimed. So if it's still available when it's actually finished, I will probably post it into Etsy. I don't know. Maybe I'll bring it to a live sale and then post it into Etsy. I don't know. But anyway, this one is available. Then we have these three. These three just need lace. So they're also being closed with seam binding. So I put the eyelets in already. They have cover pieces that are already made. So each one gets there's a cover piece. I believe it's in here. It is in here. So the cover piece is going to be glued onto the front, attached to the front. So that needs done. And each one has a cover piece. This one has a cover piece that looks like this. I want the embroidery poking out the top, and I want the little yo-yos poking out the bottom. So every one of these has a little journal topper that's already been made that can be glued on. Okay. So that's how the tops of the journals, fronts of the journals are getting finished. Inside, all of them have a giant pocket, which is nice. Let's work on the big one. I'm just going to glue some lace on, and we'll flip through it, and whatever else needs done, we're going to do it. Because these ones are available too. The quilty ones are available. So I have 4 journals that technically are available, and technically are, I'm just going to call them finished. These 3 have been like this for many months. I just haven't had time to actually put the finishing touches on them, but they're good and squishy, soft you know, quilty stuff. So this was a greeting card, a vintage greeting card. I just did some little layering and embellishing on it. This right here is a hidden journaling spot. So it's got a little journal card that's put on the front of it that's sewn around. And then it lifts up and you've got writing space on both sides of it, but there's also a page that lifts up. So that's what that is. Then there's this pocket. I mean, it's basically done. It's got all of its stuff in it. Little ephemera in there. I haven't seen these in many months, so I'm pretty sure these are done except for the cover pieces. This is a little check that's made into a little matchbook notebook. And there's other ephemera in there. This is a big scrappy notepad with a bunch of different kinds of papers in there. Little ribbons. That was fun. This is a belly band that I made out of scraps. It's out of scraps of coffee dyed lace cardstock. So I trimmed off, I had some scrap pieces. And so this belly band actually is a bunch of different pieces. So like this is one belly band here. And then this is one belly band here, but there's a purple piece back here that is an entirely different belly band. So there's actually 3 different belly bands layered up right here. And it's put on the page with little eyelets. This is lace. It's like lace dyed paper. I don't know if you guys can see it clear enough, but this is lace dyed blueberry paper. And then the kits are fun. There's this that's going to get clipped right here. And it's not finished, but I think I'm calling it finished. Like, it's okay. It's a pocket. It's decorated. There is a blank tag in there that I've just inked around. I think it's fine to leave some things like that in a journal. I've done stenciling on all the white pages, all the white parts. I don't know if you guys will see it, but it's little stenciling. In here, this is a flashcard that's made into a tuck. It's got a beautiful little cluster up here. I've got this gigantic tag. Are you going to focus? I've got this gigantic tag in here and a piece of, it's actually a little folio of French ledger and it has pockets in it. And those 2 things are in here. So I think these journals are done. I haven't seen them in a long time, but I think they're done. So let's just glue some lace on them and call them done. This was the little CD envelope that I made for this one. Remember we made CD envelopes for the Halloween journal and we used the little like die cut thing and put little pictures in. This one came out super, super cute. Super cute. So it's this little lady. It's an actual vintage picture. And it's just got little flowers and she's backed with some map. And then this is the little CD envelope. And it just has a little label and some flowers. It's super cute. Super cute. She just sits in there. Then there's this. Here's this little spread. And for this one, we just decorated this envelope with this little cluster. And it has a gigantic tag with a big rose in it. This is some vellum that I ran through the laser printer. The laser printer does a great job on vellum. Like a really, really great job on vellum. I love it. More stenciling. This one has so many pages and the pages are all just a bunch of interesting random like, you know, vintage papers, book pages. This is a whole triple pocket thing that's also a tuck. Has a big journal card. It's got tags in it. There's an antique French letter in here and this very large tag with a bird on it. This tag is made from the napkin where I glued down the napkin to some cardstock. This little pocket is super cute. That was from a masterboard. I love these pages. It's just so cute. I might have to keep one of these ones. This one, we made a little pocket this way that has that little pink card in it. I don't know what else we did. This is an envelope. And this is getting paper clipped right here, I think. It does go in the pocket. So I don't know if I'm going to put it in the pocket with a tab on it or if I'm just going to clip it in there. I might just clip it in there. It's pretty cute. Little flip here, little tuck. This one is made out of scraps of the coffee dyed paper too. And the way that these things work is they work kind of like a little paper clip. So just coffee dyed paper scraps cut into little ribbons. And when you layer them up with an eyelet, it puts tension right here. So that creates like a little, you know how people are doing like hidden paper clips? Well, it goes on a page like that. It also can be a bookmark that way. And then you can tuck journal cards or whatever it is that you want in there and it holds them because it has tension. So it will hold your little journal card. There we go. So there's that. This gets clipped here or there. I'm not really sure where this goes. Oh, this was in here maybe? I don't know. But that's there. I'll have to figure out where I had that. Maybe I did have it in there. It kind of looks like it. And then there's a library card pocket, a little bit of ephemera, some lace. This is the vintage style journal. So most of my other journals are antique style, like where we use Victorian ladies from the 1880s or whatever. This is a vintage style journal. There's a recipe card for Southern fried chicken that tucks in there. It's just very vintage and fun. Lots of fun papers. This tag was from the napkin that we did. And I sewed around the napkin tags. Very, very cute. Hello, Jerry. I haven't seen these journals that I made for a long time, so I'm just kind of doing a flip through of this one. The other ones are very similar, so I won't do flip through. And then I'm going to add the little lace to these, and I think these are done. This is the other half of the vellum. This one is a flip out. It flips this way. You could do some more to the back side of this, and it just has a big tag in it. I made that out of book page. You can see it's just made out of book page with a hinge. And then this one needs a little clip up here to hold this little coin envelope. So apparently I need to add clips to all of my journals and lace to these three. But there's that little spread. I love the colors of this. It's so perfect. This is the back side of an envelope here. This little coin envelope has journaling space on the back side of it. And, it's an envelope, so you can stick something in it. There might be something in it. I don't remember. More stenciling, lots of little flip out and tuck pages. Here's another one of these tags. These ones came out really nice from the napkin. And super simple to make too. Super simple. That's a double pocket. Little typed recipe card sticking in there. Vintage. Floral pages. This is a big pocket and it has a big journaling card in it. And then right here, this is a vintage flower seed envelope, and this is a garden book page. So this is going to get clipped to right there. And then there's that. And this is a pocket with a whole bunch of ephemera in it. Different kinds of ephemera. And then we're back here to that greeting card, and we're done. So really all this one needs, there might have been a few things like some paper clips, but really all it needs is lace on the edge. So I want to add a bunch because we have this cover, and see how much this cover comes out quite far from the pages, top and bottom actually. So I want to go ahead and add lace to the bottoms of all my pockety things and make this really fluffy right here. And we can add lace down the page sides because we have a nice generous cover. So we have quite a bit of room here to add lace, and it's not going to get in the way of anything. I don't want to make it where it won't sit on a shelf, but I do think we have some space to add some lace here. So I will put the cover pieces on, but let's put the lace on the edges. The other two journals, you can see the way that I made these. I actually made them as a set of 3. And I had thought about just keeping them as a set because there's a small, there's a medium. Like if I line them up, there's a small, there's a medium, and there's a large. And then this is the way they look from the front. Now they don't have their front pieces on them, but there's a small, a medium, and a large. So this one could be a set of 3. If you wanted 3 of the same style of journals. Each one is different, and they have different things in them, but they are very similar. Like this one, I just saw a little glassine bag somewhere right there. That's different, but they are different. They have different things, but very similar. I'm not going to do flip throughs of these, but let's put the lace in. We need to get them done. So I have 4 done journals that are available, and we'll do whatever we need to do with those. For lace, we can use white lace. We can use cream lace. It really doesn't matter. I have this lace sitting in front of me. So I usually like to put lace on the front, the very first page, and my center spread, and then divide the difference and put it in the middle. So 6 pieces of lace total per journal is a lot of lace. You can go more, you can go less, but I have found 6 is a really nice combination. Like this Christmas one has 6 pieces, and you can see I use the lace in such a way where it kind of layers. So this one sticks out the least amount. Then there's this one in the middle. And then there's this one. It's kind of like not sticking out straight, but it sticks out the longest. This one is bent over. So is this one. And they're going to get like that because I'm going to tie it with seam binding here in a minute. But so you see how the lace kind of staggers out the edge? That's the way I like it. You do your lace however you like it. Let me see what's going on. All right. Let me get the lace on. Then you guys can kind of direct me and tell me what you guys would like to play with. Now, do I want to put lace? Because we have 3 little pages here. A small, a medium, and a large. Do I want to put lace right here, or do I want to put lace right here? That's the question. So if I put lace just on the small one, it might be kind of weird. I'm going to stick it on the big one. So I don't, so whenever I have a pocket, and you guys know this too, but when I have a pocket on a page, I try not to stick lace on this unless there is a nice area to stick lace. Like sometimes if you put your pocket all the way over to the edge of the page, like I wouldn't necessarily come in and put lace down the side of this one just because there's already a pocket that's all the way to the edge of my page. So when I'm looking for pages to put lace, like I said, I do like to put it on the very first full-size page. Generally, I don't have a pocket right on the first page, so that's a good spot for me to do it. And then wherever my center spread is, I don't know if I can find it in this one. This is my center spread. So normally I would put lace down both sides of my center spread, and I think it just looks nice when the journal is laid open that you have matching lace, because I'll use the same lace going down both sides. So center spread, the first and last page, because when I do it to one side of the page, I find that same page back here in the back and do it to this page as well. So we've got 2 pieces of lace planned out. We need a third spot for lace. So this is the first page. This is the center page. And I generally just try to find the middle of these, right? The middle of these, and figure out, okay, well, that's probably where it would look nice to have another piece of lace, because we, have lace kind of spread throughout the journal evenly. So we might put lace somewhere here. I usually try not to put it on the plain writing papers, but I'm not opposed. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It just depends. Obviously, we're not sticking lace there, and this is a shorter page, so it might just be on that blue one. Let's go ahead and start. Now, I want to keep the most narrow lace the narrowest lace in the front. I just like that look. I like the way it staggers going out. So let me grab a very small lace for right here. I know which one I want. Let me grab that one. And I'm going to use this little narrow one right here. So this guy, he's the most narrow that I have pretty much on the table. And I'm going to put him right there. So let me just snip off a piece. And some of you guys, so the things that I didn't get done for all of you that were causing me stress is I didn't get my Christmas cards sent. The reason why I didn't get my Christmas cards sent is because silly me thought that I could just go into Square and print address labels and send my Christmas cards. Well, unfortunately, you can't do that. So I will have to handwrite all of the addresses, the names and addresses on the Christmas cards. So I didn't have like 4 days to do that. So I didn't send Christmas cards this year, even though I totally meant to. You guys saw, I showed you guys, I got really cute Anna Griffin cards. So I just slid this piece of plastic underneath. So if I go off the page, I'm not getting glue on my next page. It helps to keep your pages from being glued together. And I'm just going down the side, pretty close to the edge, but not completely. And I do like to use the tip of the bottle to smear the glue. And I'm not putting this journal where I normally do, like right underneath my face. And I can see that I am getting some glue on the plastic. But I like to use the tip of the bottle to smear the glue around. That way I don't have like a super big glob. Because lace, you know, it has holes in it. And if you have a super big glob, the glob of lace or the glob of glue might actually come up through the lace. And then you would have like a very visible bunch of glue. So then after I'd put the glue down and I'm using Fabri-Tac, I just kind of tap it into place with my fingers. If I was in my craft room, I have a silicone spatula that I use, but my fingers already have glue on them. So we might as well just do this. But back to the Christmas cards. Many of you guys sent me a Christmas card and were supposed to be sent a Christmas card back. And I stressed about the fact that I did not get my Christmas cards done a lot. It really bothers me when I say I'm going to do something and then I am not able. And so I am going to try to be better about saying I'm going to do something when I, in fact, might not be able to accomplish it in time. Another New Year's resolution. So at this point, you know, I've got the plastic under there. I'm just going to let that sit for a minute. And then I'm going to pick up my page off the plastic and trim off this little extra bit of lace here. Sometimes I leave it hang out a little bit, depending on the design, but I trimmed it off. So then you just want to make sure you're not super stuck. I like to flip it over and look at the underside and make sure that my lace is even. Like I can find a little point and line it up that way and make sure that my lace is, you know, even. It's not really sticky. There's no glue on it. We're good to move on. It will dry. So as long as you're not squishing your book or putting way too much glue on, you'll mostly be okay. If you're nervous about it, find another plastic sheet and stick it in there. I think we're fine. So let's glue this same lace. This is the back page. It's the same page. It's just the back half of it. Let's glue that same lace on this page. And normally I would cut them both at the same time, but I got to talking and didn't. So we're going to cut this one. And the reason why I brought up the Christmas cards is because I have your guys' Christmas cards in here. The ones that you guys sent me. And as long as you guys are okay with it, I would like to show the cards that people sent me and acknowledge the people who made them. Some of you guys made cards and some of you guys just sent me lovely store-bought cards, which I was just going to send Anna Griffin store-bought cards. So it doesn't matter whether you hand make them or you store buy them. All the ones that you guys sent me were beautiful. And I appreciate every single one. You guys are super nice to do that. And I feel terrible that I didn't get mine done. Really terrible. And by the time that I could have gotten them done, they wouldn't have even made it to you by Christmas because honestly, they would not have been done until like the 19th. And so, what did I do with the Anna Griffin Christmas cards? I saved them, and I will be sending them next year. And I do apologize. It makes me feel really, really terrible that I didn't get them done. I guess I didn't realize that I would have to handwrite like a whole lot of people's stuff. Like it's a whole lot of people. Like I couldn't just send, to 10 people. So it's a whole lot of people. But I promise we'll be better about saying I'm going to do something. So I'm just trying to line up the line quick. And then let's look at it on this side. So I think it's fairly good as far as being even. And we just trim off the excess and then I'll come back into camera. There we go. So we're pretty good there. A little out of line here. And we're not sticky anywhere. And we're good. So there's those two. So far, we got this little guy peeking out. Let's go to the center spread and figure out what we're going to do there. It is somewhere right here. I love this center spread. I don't know what it is. These colors are just fun. And this is the perfect spring palette too. So for the center, what does this guy look like on there? And I know it's an insertion lace and most people probably would not use an insertion lace on the page edges. But the way I do it, you can actually intertwine like ribbon or something through the insertion going down the edge of the page because I like to overhang it. I don't know if this one will work, but I like to overhang it to where the holes are still visible. So you can take seam binding, whatever, and weave it through there. I don't think this is going to stick out enough for me because this page is kind of a short page. I think we're going to have to go with the super. I'm just looking at color. This one is the really, really wide one. Let me move this insertion one out of the way. I have a huge pile of mess going on right now. This one is a really wide one and he will hang off the page a lot. The only thing is I don't think I want the ecru color because I've got nice white, bright. I don't think I want the ecru. So let me grab my secondary option or my third or however many number this is. Let me grab this one. This one I just need to cut. Let's see about using this. I want something white. And I think this will be fun. I'm not positive about it, but I think it will be fun. So let's just cut some and see what it looks like. We'll find out together if we like it. Going forward, there will be changes to Craft With Me, changes to everything. The reason why so many changes in the new year is because I need better time management, as you guys are all aware. What's happening in chat? My goodness. What's happening? Hold on. Let me hear. Or let me hear. Let me read. Let me read what's going on here. Oh my gosh. Susan. So let's take a minute and do the Christmas card thing so that I do not continue to forget, because I've already forgot once. I will not show any of the envelopes because I don't want to accidentally show somebody's address like I had done before, and that was terrible. So let's not repeat that incident. And let's show the Christmas cards that I received. The very first Christmas card that I'm going to show you is actually from Diana B. Diana B made this beautiful interactive Christmas card. It is handmade and it opens up. It's kind of like a, see, it's beautiful. I don't want to open it too far because the signature panel and what she wrote is in here, but it opens up. It is beautiful. It sits on your shelf. It looks great. You can kind of see the way she constructed it. I don't know if she has social media or she makes these on camera. I have no idea, but it's a beautiful Christmas card. And thank you, Diana B, for thinking of us and remembering us at Christmas time. It's beautiful. So it looks to me like she stamped and embossed all of this. And then she constructed her card base and did all of this, I don't know, figuring out the mechanics of it. Diana, it's beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay. And then after Diana, I have this beautiful card. And this is from Lisa Maria. Lisa Maria sent me this gorgeous card. And so this would be an awesome card to repurpose at some point into something for a journal page. Because, like, not in this journal, obviously, but, you know, you could just kind of do something fun with this on a journal page. So nobody's cards ever get thrown in the trash. We figure out something to do with them after the fact. I'll be keeping them for quite a while, but eventually they might get recycled into something for a journal. But this was the card she sent me, and it has a beautiful sentiment inside. Again, it's where she wrote, so I'm not going to show it, but this is her card. It was beautiful. Thank you, Lisa Maria. And next we have a beautiful card from Maria C. This one makes me giggle because it's all the rainbow color palette, and they're actually in color order, and they're glitter. So the cards all have glitter on them. It's a beautiful card, Maria. Thank you so much. It's like three-dimensional too. Like you can't really see it. I keep trying to move it so you guys see, but the glitter is actually all like three-dimensional on there. And you know how like a lot of people, including myself, line up all of their craft supplies in color order. So I just got a kick out of it when she sent it to me. I'm like, yep, that's exactly the right combination. So thank you, Maria. That was awesome. Thank you. Thank you. And this beautiful card is from Susan Elliott. Susan Elliott sent me this one. You guys picked out beautiful cards. I don't know where you guys are shopping for these cards, but these are beautiful cards. This one has cardinals all over the little snowman. There's a little bird feeder over here and the cardinals eating. It's super cute. Love them. And cardinals have a special meaning for me. So that was really just perfect to get. Very perfect to get, Susan. Thank you so much. This little card right here is from Faith Ann, and I say little, it's super big. This is from it's super big, and it's also got gold on it. This is from Faith Ann, and so see the gold. I don't want to like completely flash out the camera, but there's a little nativity, and it's got just the perfect little amount of gold in it. It's a beautiful card. Thank you guys so much for sending me such beautiful cards, for remembering me, my son, my family at Christmas. Thank you. And I was definitely thinking about all of you guys at Christmas. And A, I was feeling guilty about not getting my Christmas cards done. B, I was feeling guilty because I didn't even get my email done. All I did is post it into Facebook. I posted my message into Facebook. However, I hope that I have time to send out a New Year's message tomorrow. That's my plan anyway. So we'll see. I'm sure that can happen now because, I'm not in the midst of trying to get everybody's orders done and that kind of thing. So all of these beautiful cards got sent to me and I displayed them in my living room. Beautiful, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. Seriously. Just the best. I appreciate it very much. You guys are much kinder than I am. I didn't even get mine sent. I'm supposed to be not feeling guilty and letting things go, but it doesn't work very easily for me. Oh, Diana, I just showed the card. Just showed the card that you sent me. Okay, so back to chat. What was happening? Somebody said 200. What was happening? Oh my gosh. 200? What? Oh, see, I do want to, and I was thinking about the Christmas card exchange too. And I think I have a plan where we can do the Christmas card exchange. I'm not saying we're going to do it because I got to iron out this plan. But here's the problem. Like exchanging everybody's addresses is a really touchy thing. So I think I have a plan to make it work for next year. I am going to continue to iron out those details so that we can actually have a Christmas card exchange. It doesn't have to be handmade. It doesn't have to be anything different. It's just Christmas cards where we all can do that kind of thing and participate. I will iron out the details. I said I was going to do it this year, and then immediately I received 3 messages, 2 of them warning me not to do it. And here's the reasons not to do it, because there were some security risks that here's what happens in my brain. I think of something, I think it would be fun. We all get along here. We all don't have a problem. But there are a few people who might take advantage of certain bits of information for people here in the group or whatever. And so there were some security risks, and that's why we didn't do Christmas card exchange this year, because I had planned on whoever wanted to do it, they would give permission. I would put your name on a list with your address, and we would share the address list to people who wanted to participate in the card exchange. However, there are security risks in doing that. And so then I backed off and didn't do it because I don't want anything bad to happen over a Christmas card exchange. And then there were also some people saying some bad things about doing a Christmas card exchange. So I will iron it out and figure out some way for us to do something fun regarding that next year. But then I said I was just going to do a normal where I was going to send you guys Christmas cards. And I just didn't get that done. No matter what, next year, I will make sure I get Christmas cards. I have to find the front side of this. I will make sure I get Christmas cards sent next year. I don't really know if there's a front side to this. Some of them you cannot tell. So this is what we're looking at. Like I could hang this off pretty far. Also, I could stick it on like all the way and it could be a tuck. So we have options when adding lace. Oh my gosh. Sometimes. I told you guys, there are nearly every day I think about quitting and why do I even bother doing things? I try to do nice things and sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. I do want to stick it out the side. I'm going to stick it out the side. You could still use it as a little tuck. I will just keep it over. The problem is I think I want, because that one's folded in. So I think, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Like if I stick it here, I cover up these beautiful flowers and I don't want to stick it there because these flowers all kind of flow together with these flowers. If I stick it here, this side is folded in. So I could, but it's not really ideal to stick it to this and have this flip out. So I don't think I'm going to be able to do it in the center of these 2 pages at all, which brings us to sticking it to the back of this one. And if I stick it to the back of that one, it's actually kind of nice there and it will still stick out the side. So let's stick it on the back of this one and on the back of this one. I think so. Let's do it. So we have 2 planned. I need 1 more. Or we already did the first one. Let me grab my plastic. Where did I put my plastic? Anyway, it's just what really gets to me. I love all of you guys here. I appreciate all of you guys here. You guys are never the problem. The problems arise from like people you don't even know on Facebook most of the time. Somehow they're in your friends list and you don't even know how that happened. Anyway, I'm trying to work through all of that and get like my friends list down to just people that I actually know and not people that, you know, like they saw a comment or a post or a something and then they wanted to be friends and that kind of thing. Like I'm trying to get my friends list down because my friends list is like 5,000 people or I don't know, it's 3,000 or some ridiculous number. And clearly I don't know all of these people. So I am trying to work on getting my friends list under control. However, I will also try to not let the negative things keep us from doing fun things. So I'm going to stick it on like this. Almost half, but not quite. And this is like a thin kind of cotton fabric. And I really hope my glue doesn't show too terribly much, but it's showing a little bit. It's nothing bad. So there's that one. And I just want to look at it and see we're a little crooked. Rhea, that's awesome. I love that idea. If mine were not like so very Christmassy, I would have done that. Mrs. E, we are in the same boat. I bought fancy Christmas cards and didn't get any sent out. Next year though, right? Next year. And just think, we don't have to buy any now. They're already purchased. I mean, I will probably need to buy some more because by that time I will need to send more, but I'm just lining it up again. So there is a tiny little bit. Do I have anything to use as a tag? Where is... I have 0 anything in here for ephemera for these. So it will work as a little tuck, like a little tiny tuck. So that's okay. I'll just keep that out. It's glued on. I'm just going to trim off the excess and we're going to move on to the other side. And I have a cute little snippet. This would be really great as like a little tag topper. That's really cute. Why did I not think of doing this before? Why did I not think of doing this? Look at this little tag topper. And by the way, yesterday I was making some pockets and I was like, oh my gosh, I can make it like this. And I came up with some new, what I think is new, I never saw anybody do them before, pocket ideas. But look at this as a cute little tag topper. Like, not on this, obviously, but just a snip, one little scallop of that lace as a tag topper. So darling. So darling. We're going to have to do this. You're going to see this on a lot of things now. It's super cute. I think maybe sewing right here, like gluing it on down here, and then just sewing one little line across the top might be cute. I don't know why I love tiny little things. I love tiny little things more than I like big things. Okay, so there's that. He's on. He's glued. He's probably dry enough. He is that I can turn the page. And he sticks out really too far. Look at this. Do you guys see what I just did? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. It sticks out way too far. Yeah, he needs to be more of a pocket. I can't talk in craft. It's going to get difficult. Like pre-recorded videos, I think are fine for me, but so I'm going to glue the top up over and I'm going to glue back down the side, but I'm not going to glue the middle over farther because I still want that tuck ability. But whenever I do pre-recorded videos, I'm just talking to myself and I'm not having to like look at chat. Hopefully I'm better about that. But that was almost a complete fail. All right, where did I stick the glue? On that half. Okay. Now we're going to come in quite a bit. There we go. I like it. We're going to come in a little bit more. I don't want it sticking out crazy. That was almost a complete fail. And none of you told me. You can't see what I'm doing either. Yeah, tabs. Hanukkah cards. So, Rebecca, do people just say like Happy Hanukkah? What do they say? And I'm asking this completely out of like, I have no actual real life Jewish friends. I have no idea. Do people just say Happy Hanukkah? And when do they say it? Do they say it the whole entire time? Like, educate me on this, please. so that I know. So now it's in much further. It is a much bigger little tuck. So definitely things will stick in here. It did take up some writing space, but you could still write there. So it's okay. And this book does have like 25 actual folded pages in it. So 100 different sides to write on. So we did that. It's on there. It looks pretty good. Happy Hanukkah all week. I see. Well, happy Hanukkah. All right. Now I have another question to ask. And I'm asking this for the lady that does my eyelashes because she asked me and I didn't know. So now I'm going to ask you. When Hanukkah started, did it start on Christmas Day this year? Is that what I'm understanding? Is it started on Christmas Day, the 25th? And I know it changes, right? It starts at different days every year, right? So the lady that does my eyelashes, she asked me, she said, so on the menorah, because she owns the eyelash studio and she puts out a menorah because, to celebrate Hanukkah with all of her Jewish clients. So she puts out a menorah and she asked me, which candle do you light first on the menorah? And I said, in all honesty, I don't know. So do you light like the center candle last or first? Do you start from the left and go across? Like what is the educate me here a little bit. The day after Christmas. Okay, awesome. The big middle candle. Okay. That makes sense. Christmas night. Oh, I see. So the actual night before. So like midnight kind of a thing. It starts. And it goes for 8 days. And I have been told that children get presents or people get presents for each of the days, correct? I mean, maybe that depends on the family or something. See, this is how much I don't know about it. And it's kind of embarrassing. So at least I'll ask this time and then it will hopefully stay in my brain. I won't have to ask again. But look at how cute this looks. It looks so cute just poking out the edge like that. And then we created a whole little tuck pocket right here. Like obviously you would stick something bigger in there, but it's super cute. I love that. Let's do this side. This side's a little more challenging because it has this little paper clippy deal on here, but we can do it. Let's just take this off for a moment. Anybody telling me how they do the presents? I have more questions that I could be asking, but I'm trying to behave. Like, I think, I'm not positive. Oh, I said I wasn't. Yes, I am. Where am I gluing? I forgot momentarily. I have been told that we might have some Jewish ancestry in our family. I'm not sure, but I have been told. So my family, my my mom has passed, right? And she said that her family was from Europe, from England, or basically England. And my dad, he says that his family, his, part of the family, um, was German and was Italian. And I think that's accurate for his parents. And for my mom's parents. My mom's family has a book that has all of their ancestry, like a published book that has all of their ancestry published in it. So I know my mom's side of the family. It's my dad's side of the family that I am, I'm trying to line it up. My dad's side of the family that I'm unsure about. And oops, didn't quite get that one. But anyway, so I have been told that we might have some Jewish ancestry in there. But my mom's side, I think, is, it's written in a book and it's all documented and stuff. So I'm pretty sure her family is just from England. But my dad's side of the family, I know his mom and dad were, they're not from those countries, from Italy and Germany. They remember their grandparents or great grandparents or whatever. They were all here long before my dad was born. But I think somewhere in there, and maybe even in the English part of my mom's, maybe, I don't know. But somewhere in there, I think there is some Jewish ancestry. I have never had my DNA done other than for like cancer genetic studies. But I do believe there probably is some Jewish DNA in there. And I'm very interested to figure that out. And research and figure out where that comes from. So doing some little genealogy. So this one is like right where the first little hole pokes through. This one is almost there. It's a little in. I'm just kind of babbling about nonsense, but I am curious about Hanukkah. I have always been curious. I just really I'm sure at some point I had some Jewish friends, but they didn't really they weren't traditional or whatever. I don't know what's the right word for that, but anyway, there's that page. We did it. No DNA tests. I'm not opposed to it. I just have not done it. Other than, like I said, for cancer studies, I did those. But okay, so here's the little pocket part of it. I don't know where my plastic went. Right here. I've lost my plastic. It's see-through. I can't see it. Anyway, we did that. There's now a pocket here. My lace is securely on there. Love it. So super happy we picked those laces. Now let's try to figure out, I guess this guy can just go in here now. Look how beautiful that is. It's so beautiful. Like, I know I made it, but I still like it. Is it bad to say you like your own things? Kind of, I guess. This is the paperclip dealie. And he's going to go on there. And this is the journal card. And it's going to go right there. And then on this side, he honestly kind of needs trimmed, but I'm not going to trim him. I'm just going to stick the postcard over the top of it. And now we're going to move on. It shouldn't take an hour to put lace on things, but it is for me today. I apologize. So we have our one that sticks out the most, and we have the one that sticks out the least. Now we need the middle one. And the middle one, if I go right here, is somewhere in this area. I know, but also kind of sounds like braggy and I don't know, whatever, liking your own stuff and saying your own stuff is beautiful. I think we probably, or I guess only one of us needs to do it. I will probably do the ancestry DNA. I just have not. If you ask your kids, rich kids get big gifts every night. That's kind of funny. Usually gift per night. Okay. Oh, I see. One big and lots of little traditional is traditional. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you for sharing all of that with me. And I hope that I didn't offend anybody by asking. I'm genuinely curious. Whether I have Jewish DNA or not, I'm genuinely curious. Okay. I don't know. It just feels weird to be like, oh, I love this. It's beautiful. Anyway, this is kind of the middle page. So if I'm going to stick lace on this, I guess we can, I mean, it's pretty plain. We can stick it down this side of, is this blueberry paper or cabbage paper? I think this one is cabbage paper. This is blueberry paper. This is blueberry. But this one right here, wherever this blue page is, I believe, I can't find my page right here, is cabbage. Yep, that is cabbage paper. So let's stick it on this blue one. I think that's a good place. And we need a medium sticky outie. That sounds terrible. We need a lace that sticks out. Mid-length. Oh my goodness. A video every day is going to be rough. You were able to answer all your family's questions? Oh, wow. Awesome. Well, hopefully it's a good gene mutation. I'm not really, hopefully it's not one that's making you sick. Let's just say that. I think I do want to put this one on here. It's not super dark. Like if you look at the eCrew one and you look at this one, it is much lighter. So I think I'm going to stick this one on here. It's kind of a medium tone, like just a little off-white. So I'm going to do that one. It's here in front of us. Let's cut it and use it. And then we will have put lace on one journal in like an hour and a half. It will be great. That's why I said in the title, more of a hangout, because honestly, you know, didn't really have like a set plan. And I miss you guys. And I really do like just chatting with you. I think when I do lives, it's really hard because this is my only time to like see you guys and chat with you guys and whatever. And when I do like a live sale and stuff, like I don't have time to just chat with you guys. And so it's hard. Like, you know, I want to hang out and have fun with you guys too. And so I am trying to work out like, you know, how this situation can work better for all of us. So this one is going to go in a little bit, not super far. Okay. Find the right side of this one and stick it on there. Now, how far out is that? That's too far. So we just need to bring it in a little bit. Oh yeah, we were on a page. Cool. I love adding the lace to the page edges. Guys, I found some wonderful, wonderful, wonderful things for us. And I'm making some things for us. And I'm working on a big project. All kinds of other things are happening in the background, which is how I spend my time off, basically. I have had some couch time, though, and that has been fun. However, I'm not one who can sit still. Like, I can do it for a day or two after being completely exhausted. So, like, after Christmas, I didn't leave the house for like 2 days or maybe 3 days. I don't know. I guess it was 2. I had to go to Costco. But 2 days, I think I pretty much just sat on the couch in my pajamas after Christmas. I was exhausted and I really just needed that downtime. And so that's what I did for a couple days after Christmas. But then after that, I got back to work. And then I did things. So there's that guy. I love it. It's looking great. Let's do this page back here in the back. Where is it? Right here. And if you notice, so on this side of the page, on the front half of the journal, I glued the lace to the front part, right? The front half, I glued the lace to the front part, but the back half, you can glue it to the front part or you can glue it to the back part, right? I tend to glue it to the back part in the back half. I don't know why. I just do. The front half gets glued to the front and the back half gets glued to the back. Uh-oh. The Zoom PJ party. Oh my gosh. Guys, when we get moderation under control, we will totally do that. Oh no. Oh no, Mrs. E. The snowman with the cardinals, that was a cute card. Diana, I definitely will. Definitely. Wow, Rebecca, that's awesome. Maria, that's awesome. See, I might be a little scared of that, you know? Like, my dad, you know, who knows about him? So he was married before he married my mom. He was married once before he married my mom. And he does have another son with his first wife. We met him once or twice, I think, but he lived with his mom the whole time and they lived in another state. So we didn't really see my half brother much, but I don't know. I would be afraid of like meeting, finding out my dad had like 10 more children or something. I don't know. My dad has been telling me, I'm just going to share everything with you guys today and then we'll have to delete this video. I'm just joking. My dad has been telling me. So, you know, my mom died like a year ago, a little over a year ago. He started telling me that he was lonely and wanted a girlfriend like 2 or 3 months after my mom passed away. And my dad and I have pretty like, you know, open relationship, like whatever, like he'll tell me things like that, right? And I was just like appalled. In the beginning, I'm like, mom just died. Like, don't start with that. My mom just died. And you know, I just was not ready to hear about him needing a girlfriend or wanting a girlfriend or whatever he's planning on doing. So he starts telling me all this stuff. And I'm like trying to be supportive and understanding that he is lonely and everyone has the right to be happy. But at the same time, it's not necessarily something I want to hear about. So I don't know how it is with your guys' parents, but it's been my experience with my dad. Okay, we did it. The lace is on. It looks beautiful. Look at from this angle, it looks really, really good. We've got the short lace, we've got the medium lace, and we've got the long lace. It looks super cute. I'm sorry about all of my oversharing today. Apparently, I've missed you all very, very much. Oh, my dad is a whole different story, Lisa. A whole different story. I'm like, maybe you should tell my brothers this. Maybe they will react a little bit differently or have something else to say. I don't know if he's like trying to get me to like hook him up with someone, like, introduce him to someone so that he has someone to hang out with. Like, I don't really know what he's looking for, but I think he should handle that part of his life as a grown up who's, 77 years old. You should handle that part of your life. I don't know. I mean, I don't go to him and ask him like, oh, I want a husband. Like, Anyway, we did this one. This one is done. This one is a little fatter in this front section, so it doesn't quite lay as cute as the back section, but it's super, super cute. It's frilly. I do like the eyelet. The eyelet came out really cute, and we added some extra little tucks. I'll have to stick something in there, but it's super cute. So that's that one. Yeah. See, I don't know why men are the way they are. I will never ever understand them. I just won't. Mrs. E. My dad tells me stories of the women that he does meet, and I don't know how to handle that necessarily, other than all of the women he has told me about. I'm like, you couldn't possibly be interested in this woman. Like, you just the women he meets. He met a woman at Walmart while he was picking up his prescription, and he started telling me all about this woman that he met, because apparently when the day he goes to get his prescription refills is also the day she goes to get her prescription refills. So they kept running into each other like 3 or 4 times picking up their prescriptions, which my dad doesn't go at a certain set time. He just goes randomly. So, kind of serendipitous that they kept meeting. But so he starts telling me about this woman he met at Walmart. And my first thing is you don't ever date a person you met at Walmart. But I continued to listen to his story. And then he started telling me about her physical appearance. And I'm like thinking to myself, Dad, you are 77. A woman that you are looking for is going to have a 65 plus year old body. Like, none of them are going to look like they're 20. Like, because he was like being a total man, and like, my dad does not watch none of my family watches my videos except for occasionally my daughter. But anyway, he's like telling me like, oh, well, she was a little too fat or something. And I'm like, well, what do you expect a person to look like who's 70 something? Or he was complaining about flab on his ex-wife's arm. And I'm like, she's 70, right? Like, she's 70 something. I have flap. Like, what are you talking about? And then I'm like thinking, I don't ever say it, but thinking, Dad, have you looked in the mirror? Oh my gosh. This whole thing with like the dad dating, I don't know what he expects from me. I really don't. I guess he wants me to be supportive, and I'm just like, I don't know, not wanting to be involved in any way, shape, or form. Oh my gosh. Exactly. Exactly, Lisa. He is absolutely not. But, I think maybe it's just a man's mind, and I'm just throwing all men in the same pool, and it's terrible. But maybe it's just a man's mind that even though they're 77 years old, maybe they still think they're 30. And maybe so when they're looking at a woman, they're not really seeing how they look themselves, and the fact that they're 77, maybe in their mind they still think they're 30, so they're looking for a woman who looks like she might be 30 or something. I don't know. My dad's not looking for a 30-year-old, but he doesn't seem to be very understanding about the way bodies age. That's all I'm going to say about that. Oh my gosh. Anyway, we're going to put lace on this one. So this is the center spread of this one. And again, it's a short page. So I'm not going to put the lace on that one, but it looks like we can put lace on this one right here. And it's kind of plain. So let's put some lace on this one. Let me go cut some more eyelet. You guys can tell me all of your experiences with this. For those of you that have single fathers, widowed fathers, you guys can tell me about this. Oh my gosh. And it's not that I'm offended, and I mean, I am offended, but not in that way. It's not that, like, you know, I don't want him to have a girlfriend or whatever he's going to have. I want him to be happy, but like, he needs to look for a woman in an appropriate place. Look for an appropriate woman. I guess it doesn't really matter where you find them, but look for an appropriate woman. And all of the women he tells me about, like, are not appropriate. Like, so do you guys want me to keep telling you about this? Are you entertained, or do you want me to shut up? Guys, I could tell you some more stories about what my dad told me. I'm going to stick glue on these pages and stick this this eyelet that we stuck in the other one on here. Oh my gosh. So my dad goes to car shows. He likes classic cars and has some classic cars or muscle cars or whatever you want to call them. And so he goes to car shows, and that's his hobby. That's his favorite hobby. That's pretty much the only thing he does anymore. And it's because, you know, that's his hobby. He's interested in that. But also, you know, it's not a lot of physical activity. You basically go to a car show. Those of you that go to car shows, you will know what I'm talking about. You go to a car show when you have a car and you sit in a lawn chair and you watch people walk by and look at your car, and you can talk to the people and tell them information about your car or whatever. You can see I've been to a whole lot of car shows in my life. I have never been to a car show, but anyway, you go to a car show and you basically display your car, and you sit in a lawn chair with your friends at the car show and you chit chat, you know, you hang out. And so that's what my dad enjoys doing. And he's looking for a woman who will go to the car shows with him. I gather. He's looking for a woman that will go to the car shows with him and sit with them and, you know, kind of share that hobby with them. My mother never did this. My mother was not going to a car show. Or was she going to sit in a lawn chair with him? So he would really like someone who does this time. So yeah. So he tells me about the women he meets at the car show, because people go to the car show that are showing their cars, and those people sit in the lawn chairs and, you know, they're just hanging out with their friends as people are passing by their cars. But other people go to the car show because, you know, they don't have a car there. They're just looking at cars, or they just want something fun to do on a Sunday afternoon or whatever. And so the passerbys go and look at all the cars at the car show and they walk around. And there's a woman that goes to the car shows, and he doesn't tell me how old this woman is, so I don't know how she is. But he said that she's pretty good looking. And the first time that he met her, she walked up to him and lifted up her skirt. And I'm like, not the girl for you, Dad. Like, no, not the girl for you. But he's a man, and his silly man brain is like, oh, she lifted up her skirt. And I'm like, well, what does she have under there? Like, like, why would she do this? And then he tells me that she had like bike shorts or bloomers or whatever he said under there. It wasn't just underwear. She had something under there. She was covered. But the whole fact that she would walk up and lift up her skirt, even if she had something under there, was like, oh my goodness, not the girl for you, Dad. This is my dad, guys. Oh goodness. There probably are some that walk around in swimsuits. I don't know. But so there's that one. He tells me stories about women like this all the time. These are the women he meets. This is the kind of woman that he tells me the stories about. And so I'm like, well, is that the kind of woman that you're actually looking for, Dad? Like, what are you trying to tell me here? Why do you keep telling me about these women? I don't know. Can I just tune it all out? So we added a nice little pocket there. That's cute. And then we're going to add a nice little pocket here. What do you guys think? Should I just like stop answering the phone when he calls? Like, oh my gosh. Right, Rhea. Right. This is more like classic car show kind of a situation. I think there might be some in swimsuits, but I'm not really sure. Oh, Karen. Oh, Rhea, that's super sweet. Men do have a problem aging. I think they have a problem seeing themselves as aged people. The swimsuit girls. Well, I hope my dad is not chasing after the swimsuit girls. Goodness. I just think, here's what I actually think about the situation because there's more situations kind of like the pulling up the skirt, but that was the most PG appropriate one that I could possibly tell you guys. But I think, today is a completely different world than it was the last time my dad was single and dated. And I think he is a little shocked, to put it nicely, at how can I say this as PC as possible, at how the world has changed and how women are much more free, if I can say it that way. I think it just kind of shocks him that, there are women who, would walk up and lift up their skirt. I don't know. I think maybe that's why he tells me, because he's genuinely like, wow, things have really changed. Like, because I mean, when did he meet my mom? Like the 60s? So I don't know exactly, but sometime in the 60s. So yeah, like, there was kind of some of that stuff then too, I guess, but maybe it's just more and everywhere now. I don't know. But I think he's genuinely just like, wow, things are different. At least I'm hoping that's what that is. I don't really know. Anyway, maybe I'm just going to answer my phone a lot less. We'll see. I am busy, genuinely. Oh my gosh. This is also the father who locked himself in his own Corvette in his own garage. So the new Corvettes, they have like keyless entry, but he was in the car. So the garage was closed. The garage door was closed. And he was inside of the car in the garage, fiddling with something inside of the car. I think he was trying to set the automatic garage door opener button thing in the car. And he had apparently been in the car with the car door open so long that the battery died. Well, he was doing the programming, the computer thing in the car, and he's old, so it was taking him a while, and he was struggling with getting it set for the button set for the garage door opener. And at one point, the computer told him to close the door because there was a sequence of things you needed to do to be able to reprogram the garage door button. Well, he did that. He closed the door, and then the battery died. And the Corvette does not have interior door handles. You cannot just open the door from the inside. There's no door handles. It's all like automatic. So he was locked inside of his own car in his garage until someone realized he was missing and found him in his car inside of the garage. I think what he actually did is he was able to use his voice to use his cell phone to call my brother, who helped him figure out how there's an emergency lever somewhere, and he had to like contort his body to find some emergency level, and they were trying to like call the paramedics for him or something. I don't know, but he's fine. He wasn't injured, but like, you know, he's definitely an older man, and he definitely does older man things. So in some aspects, whoever he dates is going to have to, like, you know, help him out with some things. Because he doesn't act, you know, he's not 30. He doesn't act like a 30-year-old man. He acts like a 77-year-old man. So, I don't know. There is, Karen. It's really, he could not reach it, and he had to contort his body in a whole lot of different positions to reach the handle. The little emergency release thing, they don't put it in a very convenient location because I guess they don't want you accidentally hitting it. So he did eventually get it before my brother actually had to call someone for him, but it was not a fun experience. And if he was not able to reach that, I mean, he didn't know where it was. My brother had to look it up on the internet to find where the emergency thing was, because my dad did not know where it was. Now he at least knows where it is. But, you know, if he wouldn't have had his cell phone with him in the car, he would have literally sat in that car inside of his locked garage until somebody found him. And at the time, my sister was living with him. My sister doesn't live there anymore, so now he's completely alone. And I'm like, well, if you lock yourself in the car in the garage, it's Arizona. You're going to die in there. So you better not lock yourself in the car anymore. I don't know. Anyway, that's that. Oh my gosh, Lisa. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, Rhea. I didn't know that. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Karen, that's funny. He has two as well. He has a new one, and he has a 70s old one that he used to race them when he was younger, and he bought the exact model and color of one from the 70s that he had and used to race. He used to race them. He's always been a car lover, but anyway. That's my father. I'm not looking for him for a date. I'm just going to put that out there. But I'm just saying. He's looking for a date. All right. So we're going to go middle of signature with this one. Middle of, we're kind of right here again. And this has this. We could go down here. That worked last time. What does the other side look like? I don't know. The women I would pick out for my dad would be like going to church on Sunday. So we have different ideas. I'm going to stick lace on this pink page. I think I am going to do it down the pink side. Thanks for hanging out with me. I really do hope to make some ephemera here eventually. So what are you guys all working on? I have been chatting for forever. What are you guys all working on? What you guys up to out there? Apparently I have 2 pieces of plastic now. This one's jaggedy. This one's not. Let me scroll down to the bottom. A 2001 and a 2007. Awesome. Resting. Lisa. That's funny. I think they just, it's different time. I think my dad was pretty spoiled when he was married to my mom, and things are very different out there in the world today. And he's just trying to find his way. The other day he told me that his dad only lived to 79. And so I think maybe, like many of us, I didn't cut my lace yet. Like many of us, he's like, the end is coming soon or whatever. He's worried about, not having, what am I doing? I need to go this way. I can't do it. The lace is still on the roll. I can't turn my lace the right way. He's just worried, I guess, maybe about not having anyone at the end, or not having anyone, and this being, having to be lonely for the rest of the time. I don't know. I think he's just a little bit worried about time. Because he's like, my dad, only lived to 79 and he's 77. So, and I told him, it doesn't matter how old your parents were when they passed away. That doesn't mean anything. Today we have lots of different medical advances and also diseases. So, but you can't look at your parents and say, oh, well, they only lived to this certain amount, so that's all I'm going to get. That was my point with them. I told him he needs to find somebody who can cook. Because guess what he told me he ate? Guess what he told me he ate for lunch and dinner for a week? You guys will never guess what he told me he ate. Never. Because I couldn't believe it when he told me. I'm like, so when I go to Costco, I usually get him, Costco has those pre-made meals, and I usually get him at least one of those. Because he can cook. There's nothing wrong with him. He can cook. He just chooses not to. I guess it's just, better things to do or something. I don't know. Trying to get this lace to glue down flat. But so anyway, I asked him the other day. I said, so what have you been eating for food? Because, he says he's not cooking. Well, what have you been eating? He says, he told me for the last 7 days, for lunch and for dinner, he ate corn dogs. And I'm like, why? First of all, where did you get corn dogs? And why would you eat corn dogs for lunch and for dinner for 7 days? He said that when my sister moved out, they left a big box of corn dogs that they had gotten somewhere in the freezer. And he wanted freezer space. So the only way to get rid of them was to eat them. I'm like, you could have just thrown them away. He's like, what? We don't throw away food in this house. I'm like, Dad, you can't be eating corn dogs when you're 77 years old. I mean, maybe for like a treat once. This is a cute little snippet. Maybe for like a little treat or something, but like, do you even like corn dogs? And he's like, not particularly. And I'm like, then why did you eat them? So on this one, even though it's the front half of the signature, I went on the back of the page because I think the pink page was too plain, or was more plain. So I glued the lace down this side. I'm just checking the circles and making sure that they are about even pulled off the page. Anyway, so like apparently my dad was eating corn dogs for a week. Why? Because he didn't want to throw them away. I don't understand. I guess I don't understand men in general, but wouldn't you just have thrown them away and ate something else that you wanted to eat? Like, just because they're there doesn't mean you have to eat them. And so then I asked him, well, what did you want freezer space for? Because they have, 2 refrigerator freezers. I'm like, what did you want freezer space for? He said, well, I wanted freezer space in case I go, there's a butcher shop that's like on the corner of where he lives, kind of where there's like acreages of land, not in town. And he says there's a butcher shop on one of the main corners. And he said he wanted to go there and he might get like a bunch of meat and put it in the freezer. And I'm like, but you don't even have like a plan. You're just like, I want freezer space. I don't know. That's my dad. I would never eat a corn dog. Never, ever. I haven't eaten a corn dog and since I was a kid and like we were at some fair or something and I had to eat a corn dog. I think corn dogs are gross. I cannot do it. I'm not a big meat eater to begin with, and I'm certainly not eating a corn dog. But again, he's a man, so he eats corn dogs. Oh my gosh. I can't do the corn dogs, guys. Nope. And especially not a frozen corn dog. I don't like frozen food. I don't know why. It all has a flavor to me that I cannot do corn dogs. Anything from the freezer I cannot do. It all has a flavor like, and it's not just from this refrigerator. It's been my whole life. I think you can taste a chemically taste when it comes to frozen food. And I can't do it. Now, I know most of the food at the restaurant comes frozen too, but for whatever reason, it doesn't taste the same. Maybe it's a mental thing. I don't know. We didn't eat frozen food very much when I was a kid because it was always more expensive to purchase, pre-prepared things. My family is a very large family. My mom and dad have 6 children, so it was always a lot of children around, a lot of mouths to feed. So we didn't get the frozen fast food. We got, homemade food because it was less expensive for a big family, I guess. I don't know. I only have 2 children for the very reason that my parents had 6. All right, we did lace there too. So we've got lace in the middle and we've got lace in the center part in the middle. Now we need lace on these front pages. This one has a paper doily in the front and a short page here, a couple of short pages. So this page right here is really our first page. And on this one, what lace did I use? I used this little white one. I put it away and lost it. See, I think maybe that's what it is. It's like the frozen food from the grocery store is not the same maybe as like the commercially frozen food. I don't know. I like to make my own food. I don't eat too much food as it is. I really am amazed at how little I eat and how, I'm just going to say, fat I am. But there's many days where I kind of forget to eat because I just get busy doing stuff. And you would think, like, you would lose some weight by doing that. I don't know if it's just my age and my hormone balance at the moment. But the weight loss is definitely stalled. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it right there. We're just talking about all kinds of fun things. Somebody needs to change the subject. Now, do I want... Maybe I want to put this lace on the back side too, because this page is kind of plain, and that would be really pretty there. Yes, on the back side of this one. So totally doing this one opposite of the way I normally do them. Mermaids movie with Cher, finger foods queen, no cooking. Cookies for dinner? I thought about that. I don't know what I'm having for dinner today. Maybe I am not having dinner. I don't know. I don't, there's not a whole lot of things I like. I'm kind of a picky eater. I don't like meat very much. I'm not a vegetarian. I'm not ready to go that route, but I don't like meat very much. My son is a vegetarian, and he's the only one in my family who's a vegetarian. And he used to eat meat when he was a kid, and then when he got to be a teenager, he had an experience at a fast food place with a chicken nugget, and he was like, no, I am never eating meat again. And so he doesn't eat meat. He got a chicken nugget that was, let's just say, came from McDonald's, and he was in middle school, and he got a chicken nugget that came from McDonald's and was not a chicken nugget. It was part of a chicken, but was not a chicken nugget. And now he doesn't eat meat thanks to that. It's very sad, actually, because he needs the protein. So I basically make him a lot of eggs so he can get protein. All right, so there's that one. That looks pretty cute. I'm glad we stuck it on the back side of this one, because then I get this floral stuff peeking out the side here. The yellow little flower can kind of blend in with these ones. And then it actually made this purple page look a lot better. You can see my glue line, which I'm not super happy about right there. Is that my glue line or is that print? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's the music paper. There's a very, very faint music paper in the background. And see this line right here? I was like, that's my glue line, but there's no glue there. It's just from the music paper in the background. All right. Last one on this one. And then crackers and cheese. That sounds good. I don't think I can do the crackers today, but so I could do this, which is very cute. I like the fact that this page is very light and this is white lace. Or I could go over here and do it over here. I'm going to do it on this side. Am I? No, I am not. I'm just going to do it on this one. This one has like a lacy texture in the background of it too. I'm just going to do it right here. And then we've got one more to do and we're done. What kind of ephemera should we make? Should we try to make a new piece of ephemera? What do you guys want to play with after this? I like little bites of things. I like, I could do finger food if it was stuff I made. I just don't, can't do the frozen things. Is anybody a quilter in our group? Does anybody quilt? Any quilters out there? Ephemera for the January kit. So here's the thing. I really want to do the blue French neutral journal, but by the time we do a kit, ship a kit, get a kit, we will be really close to like making a Valentine's Day. Like, it's not Valentine's Day, but pink, florally, rosy. I like to do that in February. So I was really kind of wondering about doing a pink florally kit, but we will probably be doing a French neutral with the blue. I don't know. I haven't made a kit yet. That's not what I've been working on. I've been working on other things. I know we need a kit, but I just need to be able to commit to doing the lives and making the kit when I release the kit with you guys. And we're almost there, but we're not quite there. I'll probably make the kit tomorrow or the next day. I just need to solidify that in my brain. Okay, we did it. We have lace on all of the page edges of this guy. And the lace actually sticks out pretty far. I do have a clip right here that I'm going to have to switch this clip to a paper clip. For right now, it's just kind of holding that bundle together. But I'm going to have to switch this clip out for a paper clip so it doesn't stick out. But the lace is gorgeous. I love the lace sticking out the edge like that. That's great. I didn't add any more lace to pocket bottoms. That's something I can come in and do later tonight. So now we just have baby one to do, and I will be quicker about it because I'm using the same 3 laces in all the journals. Very basic quilting. You have quilted, not done a lot. Wow. Lots of people have done or are interested in learning. I am not a quilter. I've never sewn clothing. Well, maybe a pair of pajama pants or something, but not really ever sewn clothing. Not that kind of a crafter. I do sew with my sewing machine on paper, which I know is not the same thing. But I mean, I have sewn like tote bags, and I've sewn like little project bags and aprons and kinds of, I don't know, makeup bags, storage bags, flag bunting banners. I mean, some smaller projects, but nothing too, like, quilting to me seems very technical. I'm not a quilter. I haven't quilted, but it seems very, why do I have 3 pieces? Anyway, seems very, very hard in my brain because you would have to have very accurate lines, and that's something that I struggle with. Just sewing a complete perfect straight line, and I think with quilting that would be very important. That would be a very important skill that I'm lacking. So that's why I'm not really into quilting at the moment. However, I think quilts are beautiful. I love looking at them. I think the people that make them are amazingly talented. And thank you to whoever purchased on Etsy. It's awesome. Thank you. So quilting, I think, is very technical. However, my daughter wants to learn how to quilt. And it's not really something that I can help her with because I don't quilt. But she wants to learn how to quilt, and she wants to make a baby quilt, guys. She wants to make a baby quilt. You guys know why she wants to make a baby quilt? I might be a grandma soon. Like I might be gonna be a grandma soon. Maybe soon. Maybe soon I will get that message. Anyway, so I think she wants to make a baby quilt. And so when you guys quilted, for those of you who have quilted, can you recommend like a quilt pattern for beginners? Can you recommend like a log cabin or some type of pattern of a quilt that is good for beginners? It's not congratulations yet. I just might be soon. Like I might be soon. Do you know what I mean? Like she's planning. So hopefully soon, but they're not married yet. So hopefully soon. Anyway, she wants to start this project because I believe it's going to take some time, right? Quilts take a long time. I don't know, but just squares. Is there actual pattern names like I could tell her or look up for her or something to help her like figure this out? Because I mean, you could look at YouTube, but I want to know from you guys who have actually done it, because YouTube will tell me whatever YouTube wants to tell me. So this is the center of this one. So I'm just trying to decide, like, I don't want to cover up all those flowers again. So I think on this one, it's going on that side. And then I think on this one, I would have to cover up the bird or those beautiful flowers there. And the reason why I put this bird here is because they match the same color of the flowers. So I'm definitely not covering up those flowers. And it doesn't have to be on the exact same, like this page is this page. I know it doesn't look like it is, but it is. It doesn't have to be on the same page. Like if it doesn't work here, then I'll just go one page over, but maybe I can get it to work right here. You can still see the bird. I could skip and go over to this page maybe. Let's do that. Let's skip and go over to this page. So on this journal, it is not the exact same page. It will be slightly off. That was my scissors stuck to my plastic. Oh, goodness. So squares together. I did the quilt as you go mug rugs, basic squares, carpenter square. Rhea, they're probably, if there are any left in our area, it would be only like one, and it would probably be like an hour and a half away. There's one that I found one time when I was looking for a specific fabric, and it was the only independent quilt or fabric store in our area. And that was a while ago. Hopefully they're still in business. I can look. Do you think they all teach classes, or most of them? I mean, I'd be open to going to a quilting class too, but when would I have time? And I think it's more of a her thing than a me thing. Like, we like to share a lot of crafts together, but I just don't think I have the patience for quilting. Because if I can't accomplish it and make it be perfect, like perfectly straight lines and perfectly straight seams, it would make me unhappy because I have OCD. So that's reality. I am a perfectionist, and things bother me when they are not perfect. Not that anything really is in life, but I think quilting would not be a good hobby for me. I mean, I like it. I can really appreciate it, and they're beautiful, and I would love to just be that person who sits down and does it, but I don't think that's in my future. Okay. This one is just a tad bit sticky on this side. It's okay. Let me cut this little bit off. I will look in to see if there is a quilt store still in operation. And then I will look at the carpenter square or square pattern quilts. So if I stick it on here, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. If really, I'd be a great quilter. I might be insane, but I'd be a great quilter. It's just, it doesn't make me happy when I can't make things straight. And I know that's like saying a whole lot about who I am, but that's reality. I need to be able to enjoy what I'm doing. I'm just worried that quilting might be just a little too technical for me. That's what I like about junk journals, though, is nothing has to be actually perfect. It can look perfect when it's done, but it doesn't have to be perfect. Ooh, almost knocked over my water. It doesn't have to be perfect. And anytime you make a mistake, you can always correct it, you know? Like, it's just paper. Worst case scenario is you tear it out and you start over. I guess that's the same thing with quilting, though, right? You just tear out your stitches with the seam ripper thing, and start over. Seam rippers, yep, Lisa. That's right. Charm packs. Ready, cut, and sew together. Really? I didn't really think about sewing together the charm pack things, the squares. I always wondered like what pattern the charm pack was supposed to make. And it's just the point of a charm pack for quilters is just to get like 42 different pieces of fabric. And then from there, you can cut them into different shapes, or like, do most people just sew them together? What is the purpose of a charm pack? Like when you go to the fabric store, they always have these beautiful little 5-inch square packs of fabric. And I love them and I buy them because, you can use them for junk journaling. And then you get 42 different, patterns of fabric. They're great charm packs. But what do quilters actually do with them? Sew them together? They make a specific pattern of quilt? I'm very curious. Mini charm packs. Mini charm packs are like 2.5 inches or 2 inches or something like that. They're tiny. And they're great for junk journals also. Okay. So there's those two. I think we're good there. No glue seeping. Little stickiness up here at the top. I think we're okay. And then let's do these ones. I'm going to do the purple one again. I have all these rolls of lace that I'm not even using crowding me to where I have no space. Is glue even coming out of this bottle? I wish that there were more independent craft stores around me. I mean, it's not like I live out. I mean, I kind of live in the country, but not really. Arizona is just like a lot of states, you know, you drive from town to town and there's a lot of open space in between the different towns. Arizona is not like that. If you've never been to Arizona, we're all one gigantic city. And then after that, like all the little cities are all one big thing. They're all connected. There's no open space in between them. They're all like right on top of each other. Like you'll drive down one road and you'll go from like 4 different cities, but it's all one area. And then the open space is out of town. And so for us, I'm on the outskirts of it, but where did I put the rest of my laces? In here. I'm on the outskirts of it, and we have open farm space around us. I have open desert. I'm like out where the natural desert is, and there's like wild horses and things. But we don't like, you know, we don't have a lot of independent businesses out here. We have like chain stores, corporate stores, not really independent craft stores anymore. Like there's no independent scrapbooking store like there used to be, you know, not here, but in different areas around me there used to be. I just don't think the mom and pops can make it anymore. Bead store. The bead store is in Apache Junction. At least that's the one I think you're thinking of, because they do have a big bead store. And I think that one even has some fabric now. But I don't know if it does quilting or quilty things. I think maybe it just has fabric. If it even has fabric anymore. At one point I was looking for some Tim Holtz fabric and I called around to try to find it. And I found like one pattern at one place, and that was the only place I could get Tim Holtz fabric from. Now I just get it online like everybody else. Okay, there's that one. Was 30 years ago. Well, they do have a really big bead store that's very popular. I actually haven't been in there in a long time either, but it's very popular. And I see on Facebook that they have a Facebook page and it has a large following. I can't remember what the place is called, but I think the one I'm talking about is in Apache Junction. And Apache Junction is like 35 minutes from me. We have weird names of things here because we're in the Southwest desert, you know. So, like my town is called Santan Valley. It's not suntan, it's Santan. And then there's that other town called Apache Junction and Mesa. We have Southwestern city names. I mean, I don't live in a city. My place is actually not a city, but it's called Santan Valley. All right, there's that one. I have all these little cute little snippets that I can play with later. Nice. All right. One more piece of lace and we are done. So we have our first one and we have our middle one. That brings us to somewhere around here. And it is for this piece of lace. And it would look great going down the side of that one. And it would look nice sticking out. So I think I will stick it down here. Now there is a pocket there, but there's kind of enough room to get it to stick out, I think. or I go here. That's good. And then the yellow one on this side has something on it. But I still think it's fine. So let's do that first. Thanks for hanging out with me while I do this. I was going to be in here all by my lonesome doing it. And we need to make some ephemera, so I guess we can just make like, I don't know, something neutral. And even if we don't use it in the journal for the journal kit, I mean, at least I'll just stick it in my ephemera box. I want to try to make a different kind of pocket that maybe we come up with together just by folding some paper. Let's try it. We can experiment and see what we can come up with for some pockets, some new pockets. I mean, somebody probably made it somewhere, but nothing is new anymore, right? Like, you know, you can think you discovered some kind of pocket and, you know, you'll be like, oh, I made this new pocket. And someone in comments will be like, I already made that. I made that before. There's so many people now making junk journals. And so many more want to learn how. Look at that. There's no piece of lace right here. There's none. It does not exist. So this piece of lace is defective. So this one's going to have to get stuck to my mat right here. Stick it down there to my mat. And I'm going to cut another one. I don't know what happened there. It was missing the little grapes at the end of it. So now I have to re-glue. Extra gluey, sticky. So we're going to play with number 10 envelopes. So if you guys want to play with me in this next part, number 10 envelopes. Number 10 envelopes are like business envelopes. I believe they're number 10. So if you want to grab, I don't know how many, some couple, I don't know, number 10 envelopes. Let's play with those and see what kind of pockets we can come up with. I know many, many, many pockets exist from envelopes, but let's play with those because something has been rolling around in my head about them. And then I'm just going to fold up some pieces of paper. And I'm going to keep folding until I come up with something that I haven't made or seen before. Now, it probably exists somewhere because, again, it's just folding paper. So somebody probably folded the paper that way eventually. But that's what I'm going to play with when I get done with this, which I'm almost done. I'm just trying to tell you guys in advance in case you want to play along. Although I will be folding and I will not have made these things ever before because there's no set plan in my head. So you may want to wait for me to actually make it before you do what I'm going to do, because I might fold it and then unfold it and fold it back again 10 different times before I get what I'm trying to get. So I'm just warning you. Don't fold until you've seen me actually successfully figure out something. We're going to do it on the fly. Okay. There's that one. I think it's good. This one I can put in the snippet box and just use bits and pieces off of it. Unfortunately, that one didn't work out. Where's my other page? It's here. Good night, Susan. Happy New Year. You might see me next Tuesday, but that sounds terrible also. If I'm not here on Tuesday, then I will be here the following Tuesday for sure. The following Tuesday for sure, but next Tuesday is a possibility for a live sale. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Yes, hope you feel better. Absolutely. All of you guys who are ill, I really hope you guys get over that pretty quick. I'm sorry. It seems to happen a lot at the holidays too. We're either out shopping and doing things with, a whole big bunch of people, or we have family that comes and visits us and, they don't know they're sick and they bring the germs, the cooties with them. All different scenarios, probably. Grandkids, I don't know, nieces and nephews. I think that children, I love children, but I think that they carry a lot of illnesses. I mean, they say they do, right? I guess it's just that whole going to school and being around like so many other children that they're always passing back and forth flus and whatever. And then by the time we're adults, we have built up immunity to most things, hopefully. But then those colds and flus are always changing. And so maybe we get the new colds and flus they carry with them. I don't know. Children seem to be always sick, though. All right. There's that. I believe we are done. We have all of our lace on. Again, this front one doesn't squish down quite enough to see all the layers. And for whatever reason in this guy, his lace is over pretty far. But we've got some nice pockets. Couple nice pockets to stick some things. Some pretty things in the center of that one. So these ones, they do have lace coming out the bottom. I'll just add a couple, maybe I will add a couple pieces of lace to the pocket bottoms. But honestly, these are done other than just gluing that front piece on. These are really, really full, very, very nice journals. I may have to keep one of these and use it as a display. These are very nice. I'm hoping to do some trade shows pretty soon, and I need to have some examples of journals. So I think these ones would be awesome. Cool. We're done. We did it. We got all three. Let me clean up this mess and get some paper. So you just need to put away my glue for now. You worked as an RN for 32 years. Never got sick. Aww. Wendy. Well, thank you for being a nurse. That's awesome. I love that. And I know nurses also get that built up immunity because they're always around, sick people and getting sick and whatever. And now things are a little different, right? Because we have that one flu that I'm not going to say the name of, but the one flu that seems to change all the time. I just cannot, these feel so good together. Like maybe they just need to stay as a set of 3 for the trade show. They're pretty fun. Like they have lots of fun going on in there. All right, I'll quit playing with them. Let me put them somewhere out of the way. I guess let me clean up lace and then I might have, sorry, I just hit the microphone with that. May clean up some lace and then I might have some space on my desk to fold some paper. We did that. We did that. We did that. And this gigantic thing of lace. And this thing of lace. I did have a lot of lace out here. And this thing of lace. Oh my gosh. There's that one. And this guy goes over here. And this guy can go right there. Okay. I have all kinds of fun, tiny little snippets over there to play with. We've got these ones that are done. They're going to fall over. This Christmas ephemera I need to put away. That can go in the trash now. I'll put my plastic things away. I just keep these and just keep reusing them. But see, like, they do get, I don't know if you can see, they do get glue on them. And I just reuse them until they're super gluey. All of your guys' stuff comes in those plastic things when I ship stuff to you guys. So you all should have lots and lots of plastic. And I do think that it's a good idea to at least repurpose it one time before we throw it away or recycle it or whatever your town lets you do. Let me pick up this Christmas stuff. That is going to get packed away now. I never actually got my Christmas stuff out at all. My son has not been able to walk, actually. I wasn't going to talk about it, but my son actually cannot walk anymore. So that's what we've been dealing with. That's what we've been dealing with him. He is unable to walk, which is frightening, but we are waiting for our appointment, waiting patiently. I'm just rubber banding these because they want to open and fall everywhere. Maybe it is autoimmune now because, you know, it's affecting his walking. He has to have help to go to the restroom or get out of bed and sit in a chair or any number of things like that. Okay, the desk is cleared off. So we have some space to fold some paper. You don't need that. Okay, give me 1 second to deal with this situation and then we'll be done cleaning. I had pulled this little ribbon rose because I thought I might use it in one of those journals, but I didn't end up actually using it. These I cut to go on the bottoms of pages. These are scraps. And all of this can be tag toppers, little cluster bits. So right now, at the end of a project, I'm deciding what we could save and what we could let go. I will save that for now. And that's my trash pile. Not much. I tend to save all of the little bits. And there is a special place where I keep each one of these lengths. For now, I'm just piling it back up. But all right, there we go. And I can stick that right here. For these projects, let me grab the number 10 envelopes. I am asking, but it has been holidays and nobody is working and returning phone calls or messages or anything like that. And we have consulted or gone to the emergency nurse thing, and they say that he is stable enough to wait for the doctors to return to work. So, it is what it is. I don't know what they're expecting, but it has been the most frustrating experience of my life, dealing with him and the doctors. No, the rheumatologist appointment is the one at the end of January that we're waiting for. And one of the things they asked was if we had any, I have to put that there or else the camera goes in and out. They asked if we had any Jewish DNA because there are certain rheumatology conditions that having certain genetic factors that are common in a small portion of the Jewish population might be the cause of something that he has. So they were recommending he do DNA testing. However, the place that he needs to do DNA testing at is 2 hours away, and they do not take outpatients. He has to be in the hospital. That's the place his doctor referred us to. So basically, he doesn't see patients. So you can't just refer a patient to this doctor, but that's what our doctor did. So the rheumatologist or the DNA person is in Tucson, and he said, no, you can't come here because we don't take patients this way. We only see patients that are in the hospital that they go to in Tucson. So we called the doctor back and we said that we can't go there. They called and they said that they don't take patients from outpatient. We need a different referral to a different place that actually will be able to see patients. The doctor's office said, oh, there is no one else. So I guess he doesn't get DNA testing. Oh my gosh. I have enough jobs. I cannot keep a record of everything that happens there. Um, so let's grab some number 10 envelopes. And let me grab just some copy paper, probably, to play around with in the beginning. So let me grab that. Maybe misprinted digitals before. What do we have for misprinted digitals? The documenting side of things would only be for like lawsuit purposes, and I don't have enough time or energy to even contemplate that. And the point of everything is just to get him better, so it's a whole thing. You guys know it's a whole thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the kind of testing that he needs. It seems like it's a very specific, it has to be a certain place that has ability to test for this particular DNA mutation that would cause a thing for a person to be sick like my son is. So I don't know, but we'll eventually figure out the DNA part. Maybe when we see this rheumatologist, because it is a rheumatology disease from the DNA testing, maybe this rheumatologist will know where to send my son, because the person who is sending him to places now is just his primary care doctor, and this doctor doesn't seem to be able to handle anything else other than colds and flus and ear infections and strep throat, kind of a general illness. He honestly does not know what to do with my son, and he is very afraid that my son is going to die under his care, and he has went as far as to dot his I's and cross his T's with his legal team and have every conversation that he has with us, he makes sure he tells us, you need to take him to the ER because that covers him, because he told us to go to the ER. So it's just a whole thing. It just is. It's just terribleness. I brought in, these are just misprints. These are things that I was playing around with, and so I can use these to like fold up and play with instead of ruining a new piece of paper. You know what I mean? So that's what those are. If the pattern bothers us, we'll just play with regular paper. Let's play with our number 10 envelopes first. I can't go to the Tucson hospital. They don't take his insurance. I don't know. It's a very specific DNA thing, though. So I don't think it would just be as easy as 23andMe because it's a very specific thing. We will figure it out. It's been 9 months. It has been 9 months. He's had a fever every single day for 9 months, except for the 1 week he was in the hospital and about a week after he came home. I've tried to be the squeaky wheel. I've tried to be the squeaky wheel, and I've tried to be the patient, nice one, and I've lost my cool and been the angry, you need to start doing something to help my son kind of a person. And none of it seems to change anything. He's not going to die. He is stable. He is eating. He's drinking. He is going to the restroom. He is stable. He's just, sick. And I don't mean to make light of it, but I'm not trying to get into all of it either. So just trust me. I call his doctor. We deal with his doctor stuff pretty much every day. I'm going to attempt to play around with these envelopes and make a pocket that, obviously for those of you that don't know, you can fold up an envelope and make it into many different kinds of pockets. You can cut envelopes into different pieces and portions and repiece them back together and make them into pockets. You can use a hinged flap like this and make that into, some kind of different pocket. You can go this way and make it into pockets. Many, many things you can do with an envelope. Sorry. These envelopes have a very nice pattern on the inside of it. So that could be fun. Seal it and cut it in half. Lots and lots of different things. But I want to try to do something that I haven't done before, or I haven't came up with before, or something different than the same old kind of pocket. So you have to just play. You have to just give yourself permission to pull out an envelope and sit here and fold it into however many different folds you can until you come up with something that you like. And so the easiest thing for me to do is to just start folding. I have absolutely no purpose. I don't know what it's going to be whenever it's done. It could be trash. I could have to fold it 100 different times before I get a pocket that I'm happy with or that is different, whatever. I'm just starting folding. And the only way that my brain is going to figure out something is to start folding, right? It's just, you just have to play with it. You have to see, right? At least I have to see. So, right now we have a pocket, we folded up, we opened up our envelope and we folded it up like this. Now my envelope has this kind of a flap where it's like a little round one. It doesn't have the big point flap. So your envelope might be different in that regard. I just folded it up right here in the center section. Obviously we could have a pocket going down in here and we could have a little pocket going here. I don't know that that's what I want. So I'm just going to continue to play. We could fold it over this way and we could cut off this little flap right here and we could have some kind of a tuck thing that way. I'm not sure that this is what I'm looking for as far as this fold goes. So let me see. Let me see what else I can do here. I'm literally just folding an envelope and looking at it. It would be easier if I was like, oh yeah, guys, I saw this pocket and we're going to make it. That's not what's happening here. From this fold, you really only have a certain number of options. So we could cut this one open here and we could make a little tag pocket that could go sideways inside of this one. So I'm just going to have to play with it and try to figure it out on my own. So from here, I'm going to open it up and I'm just going to take the smallest little sliver off of this, right? So now it opens up right here. It opens up right here. So let me grab a little thumb hole thing, just because visually it's going to help me. I'm going to grab a small thumb hole punch that's kind of like this shape, and I'll grab my big one too. All right, I grabbed these two, a 1-inch and a whale tail. You guys get your envelopes and you play with your envelopes. On this one, I want to make a little thumb notch right here with the 1-inch punch. And it's going to be a little hard to like get it in there because it's still sealed on the other place, right? So I'm just going to make a little tiny notch right here. And it's probably not centered, but is what it is. So I've got it like this so far. So I've got a little tiny pocket here. And it would have been nice to have a little tag visually to look through. Do I have any tags in here? I just took them all out. Can we play with this one? Will that one fit in there? It will. Okay, let's play with one of these. I need to untie this. We can play with one of these French tags. So we really only have, well, I thought it was going to be quick. I didn't think it was going to take an hour to untie this ribbon. Okay, here's a tag. So we have the visual. So this little guy can fit in here. Okay, so that's the first pocket that we did. But because it's still an envelope, right? It's still a complete envelope. There's also a pocket still up here when you're not catching this little flap that needs to be glued down. So right here, when I snipped off this little bit, this little part of the envelope just needs glued back down. Yours probably isn't like that. These are probably very cheap envelopes. So we have two pockets, right? We have this little guy. We have this little guy. Obviously, you could cut off the top and you'd have another pocket that way. Let me figure this out. Do I want to just, clearly someone has made this before, but maybe you should. I'm just playing, and if I mess it up, I mess it up. But what if you cut off the little section of the flap right here? It's not a very clean cut. A little section of the flap right here. Yeah. So it's clean that way. And seal this one up this way. It makes a nice clean little pocket, but it's nothing to write home about. So I'm just going to make this and put it in the idea book for a pocket. It's nothing to write home about. Someone else has clearly already done this. I don't want to lick this, but there it is. So that is not earth shattering. Let's see what else we can do by adding another part of another envelope to it. Can I get this in here somehow? Because on this one, I would prefer to have the bigger oval, the bigger oval opening for a thumb notch. I'm really particular about the thumb notches, aren't I? So this is what we have so far. We have place for a big pocket because I sealed this little flap over. I cut off the little section that's down here that we don't need, and I sealed that one over. So we have the big pocket here, we have the middle pocket here, and we have the little pocket here. Okay, so far out of one envelope, we have 3. And when you glue this, you're going to glue this shut right here. So your tag's not going to go all the way through. But anyway, so we have 3. So if we'd use this as our first part of an envelope, and we took another envelope, what could we gain? Try folding it backwards with it open. I'm not going to like look at your thing right now in the chat. I just need to try to figure it out on my own. But if you guys like, you know, I guess if you see me make a mistake, you can yell at me about it. But if we take another envelope, clearly you could make like another stair step pocket. Like if you just cut off another section of an envelope. So I could put this one in the idea book just the way it is. But if you cut off another section of the envelope, I'm going to try to make it the same. Roughly the same. If you cut off another section, and it doesn't have to be an envelope even. It's kind of a waste. But if you cut off this section, if you added another piece of an envelope, you could get 2 more pockets, really, by the way that you stagger them. So this guy's got the opening there. I'm just going to lick it. I don't want to lick envelope glue. I hate licking envelope glue. It's disgusting to me. All right, so it's closed. I licked it to get the flap like shut, but I need the little slit cut. So the flap is closed. And now I have a complete back. And the complete back is important because I'm making the double pocket. So then on this guy, I'm going to do the little thumb notch because he's a small pocket. So right now he's open on this side. He's open on the side and he's open on the top. If I take him and glue him here or anywhere up here, I could glue him like that even. You'd have 2 additional pockets because you still have the same pockets that you have, right? You still have the 3 that we have here, but if you put this one on, you're going to get 4, 1 here, and 5, 1 there, right? Is it gorgeous looking? No, I don't really like that. I don't really like it. What else can we do? Like I have another part of an envelope here. I mean, it's a pocket, but it's not, there's nothing very clever here happening. But this is one way of doing a pocket, but you could add another piece. And then what about doing, if I wouldn't have sealed that shut, you could have had a hinge to do more pockets on the other side with this part of the envelope. I guess this one has a hinge. Is it the same height? It's a little shorter. But if you wouldn't have glued this one shut, like if I wouldn't have glued this one shut right here, maybe I could have flipped it back, but then you'd have the opening. I don't know. Let's keep working. So I'm going to pretend that this is glued on here, and then I have this one with the flap. The one with the flap, it's almost the same height. So if we take this, is it going to work if I glue it this way? It doesn't really matter that it's open at the bottom. I could almost glue my flap right there. Then it will open like this and a back side. I mean, we're getting into like something you would add into a journal, not necessarily. So you could use these as like little external pockets. If you carefully glued them, you could have a little tuck on the tops right here. I don't know. What did we gain by it? Something that opened and more room to play. Let's cut this in half again. It's too big. Let's cut it in half again. And the reason why I'm folding it and cutting it in half is because it gives me a line so I can hopefully cut straight or semi-straight. I mean, not really, as you guys are going to see, but without using a trimmer. So I have my two like this. And then I want to use one of these to hinge around the back. I don't want to glue anything yet, but let's take this and hinge this somewhere on here. Maybe we hinge it inside so you don't see the hinge, or you use the hinge and add another piece of paper right there and make a little pocket, which is what I think I would rather do. So we glue the hinge like this, which gives us another little pocket on the back side. Or we can, because it has a hinge, we could leave it flip open. I'm needing to lay it down now because I can't hold everything together. So if we leave it like this, it's open on this side, but I don't care about that. I could easily glue that closed. I don't want to move it because then my hinge won't be in the right place. So I'm going to leave it like this. I'm going to make this one just a top pocket. So it's open, and I need to cut the slit at the top because I need to be able to thumb hole notch one part of the envelope, but not thumb hole notch the second back part. So for this guy, I'm just gonna, it's not straight, but you get the idea. And actually, let's do a little deeper cut than that. And I'll try to straighten it out a little bit. Okay, so there we are. So it's going to hinge around to the front. Anybody hating this part of my craft with me? So it's going to hinge around to the front. And it's going to stay where it turns open like this. It's not going to be glued down flat. So this one moves. And we have this piece left. So this is 2 envelopes so far. For this guy, what if we put this? I'm going to have to glue them. They're driving me crazy. If we put it in the middle, and maybe it does need to be at the bottom. Anybody else thinking along with? Okay, so we have those 2 on that side, and we have this one, and I'm wanting to put this one on somewhere. The way the envelope is cut, it's actually kind of cute because it's got this little flap. So what if we did like a little policy envelope with the little closure on this part? You guys know what I'm talking about? A little, see the way that the flap is like kind of cute right there? You could close it up and put the little circle closures with the string and make a small little policy envelope out of that. And that would be cute just to tuck in. So it's a pocket in a pocket. I don't know. I like this piece though. So I'm going to glue this. I'm at the part where I need to glue it because it's too hard to hold together in your hand. So I'm sure about these pieces. So let me tack this down right here where my envelope was coming apart. And then it's not cut perfectly straight either. Let me at least straighten it up. And let's seal this down. Just a little bit of glue there. So that one is sealed. And then, oopsie, we need to seal this one also. So you need to glue both sides of your pocket. Who would have thunk? Okay, so that just folds up like that. We're good. I really don't want to use the craft sheet. I'm tired of the crinkle. Okay, and then I need to glue this one up here. And he's going to glue just a little space maybe. Yeah, let's do a space. And for this one, he's open here for that pocket. Let's glue him like this. And glue at the bottom. And glue here. So 3 sides on this guy. And I'm just going to leave a little space. Okay. He needs glue right here. So his whole top section also needed glued on the inside. There's that. So as of right now, we've got the big pocket here. We've got, did I not? Yes, I did. We've got this one here that only goes to the bottom of here. We've got this one here. You guys get it. I don't need to wiggle this in here, but it does go in. This one here, unless it doesn't fit anymore. Yes, it does. So it goes in there. We have wet glue. We have this one here. And we have this one here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pockets. I'm pretty sure there's another way that you could have gotten another pocket out of this. 5 pockets. And then we're going to take this one and we're going to hinge it. I think we're going to hinge it. We're going to hinge it and put it there. I mean, it's fine. If I wanted it to truly be able to flip out like this, like if I didn't want to close it down, we would need something for this back section. You know what I mean? Because I think we're just going to glue it. I probably should have notched it here on the side and then left this as a pocket. Because I was thinking I wanted to do the notch here so that it could flip out. But if it flips out, there's no actual back to this one. You'd have to do something here. Yeah, I think that was a mistake. I think we should do it this way. But it's too much the same. I don't like it. So let's put it on this way. I want the hinge to go out like this now. Confusing, everyone? You could totally glue it here and put it back here. But if you're going to glue it, if you're going to hinge it, like I was telling you, if you were going to hinge it and you were going to put it here, you would want to thumb hole notch it this way so that you can slide something inside. Right now, you're still going to get the two pockets, but they're literally going to be right here and then right here. And that's not super fun for anybody. So maybe because I've already done this and I've already cut it and it is what it is. Do I want to do that? Maybe I just want to bring this down a little bit. Because it's just, you know, I don't like saying, oh, there's two pockets, but they're exactly the same pocket. They just have a piece of paper in between them. So when I hinge it like this, it doesn't work because the envelope isn't a full envelope on the back side. But you get what I was going for, like a short pocket and a large pocket. I told you I can't cut straight. So we could do something like this, where there's the small little pocket and then there's the big pocket. You could, but I have an envelope with a liner, and I also have an envelope that's not a full piece on the back side right here. So that doesn't work. So we got to go back to square one on that little flappy thing. But if you do this and you can successfully pull it off where you have one pocket right here and one pocket right here, because you trimmed off this little section, you might be able to get even a tiny little pocket down here at the bottom. Or possibly stick this on this side. And that might work too somewhere. I don't know where, but maybe just back there. I don't like this little piece. I think that was a fail. That goes in the fail pile. So I still have this fun little piece that I liked, but I am going to cut, just because I messed that piece up, I am going to cut another piece. You do you, but I don't like the way I cut it. I shouldn't have thumb hole notched it at the top. I should have thumb hole notched it on the side. So this is the trial and error part. Yeah. So we're just going to pretend like this is the piece I just messed up because I just made us a new one. So for this guy, he still hinges on this side and he still flips around to this side. But instead of thumb hole notching him here, I want to put the one for the inside here because I want two pockets out of this piece. I don't want just one pocket right here. So I'm going to cut this open again, just like we did on the other side. Just a little sliver off the end. And I'm going to use the small notcher. You absolutely could. You could make full backs of anything with paper, but I'm really trying to just use the envelope. I mean, obviously you're going to cover the envelope anyway. You're not going to leave it white, but here's what I wanted. So then in this instance, you would still hinge it to the back, but you'd have another. I don't know if you want to leave it at the bottom or where you want to leave it, but now you have a pocket going this way and you have a pocket going this way. So we have basically the same thing here, back here now. And we still have this little flappy guy, which I think we just make the little policy envelope and we tuck him in there. Or maybe he's just not even a policy envelope, but maybe he's just flipped down writing space. So you put your little string closure on there, or even a circle that this flap just tucks into. Do you guys know this, like a milk cap or, you know, a little circle that the flap just tucks into and then it stays closed and then you can open it up and it would be writing space inside? I mean, we could make it another pocket, but if you make it a policy envelope, you're just going to glue your sides down here and then thumb hole punch yourself some circles, preferably maybe smaller ones than this, and make yourself some little circles out of cardstock. And when I make the ones for policy envelopes, I usually use cardstock and I cut 2 or 3 of them, and then I stack them together and glue them, and then put the eyelet in the center of them, and then wrap your string around them. And that's your closure. You guys get what I mean by policy envelope? So you cut out some circles, a little smaller than this would be better on this guy because he is so small. And you stack your circles of cardstock together to give you that really thick chipboard piece. And then you put an eyelet only in the center. You don't glue it down. You just put an eyelet. And that allows you to wrap the string around the circle. And you go in and out and in and out of the 2 of them. And that makes a closure. So that could be a little policy envelope that could go in here. I'm not going to actually, like fully make the thing, but for my idea journal, I can't pick this up. For my idea journal, I am going to finish the thought, because otherwise I'll be like, what was this thing again? Like, why did I do this? So, you're just going to not there. You're just going to make your little pretend policy envelope. Something like this. And it would have string that wraps around them. It would not be glued closed. Good night, Misty. Aw, fading in and out. Good night. Thanks for joining. I don't know how much longer we'll be. I want to play with some more paper and some other envelopes. But anyway, I guess we can, do this as a pocket where it sticks in the back. And that would go that way. I mean, it's kind of cute. It would obviously, because it's got pockets on both sides, at this point, you'd be having to stick this into a pocket. You know what I mean? If you don't stick anything on the back of it, you can just glue it into a journal just like this. I still think there's more we can do here, though. I mean, it sure seems to me that maybe we could have some corner pockets where there could be little tucks. Do I have any leftover? I don't really, but we could, where's some kind of paper? Like, I don't even think this was misprint, but we could do some corner pockets. I don't know why this was in this pile. Maybe I grabbed the wrong pile of papers, and maybe these are actually fine. Or maybe I meant to print this onto cardstock and it just got printed onto paper. I don't know. But we could add some little corner pockets on our pockets, and they could be additional little tucks. So let me do that. At least I can get a couple more pockets in that way. My goal for this is just how many pockets can we fit on this envelope? How many pockets? So I think let me cut this piece off. It would be easier to get a paper trimmer, but I'm not going to do it. I mean, you could just make another thumb hole notch. If you were going to add more pockets, you can make another thumb hole notch, but I like the corner idea. So I'm going to do the corner idea. And I want these. My roses are going the wrong way, but something like that. So then I have some little corner pockets to tuck something in on top of my pocket. I gotta glue them or else I won't know what they are later. It's moving. The desk needed glue, or needed cleaned anyway. Needed glued, I just said. It needed cleaned anyway. All right, so we glued on some little corner tuck things onto our envelope. I just used pattern paper because I figured it would help me to see there that those were pockets. All right, what else can we do to get more pockets on this guy? We want the most pockets for our money here. So the idea of this was just little corner tucks. So you can tuck like little tickets, little journal cards, little something there at least. It added a little. And then you would glue it down flat. But you don't have to glue it down flat either. You also could have a big journal card go this way, or a big tag go that way. But I think I would do a journal card this way, you know, because we've already got a big tag going all the way down in the envelope. I like it. It's cute. But if I put these, so if I was going to hinge this, it would have had to be hinged before I put this little corner pocket on. Nobody yelled at me. It would have to be hinged before I stuck my little corner pocket on. I'm going to undo it. Yeah, I'm going to undo it. And I'm going to hinge it. Because I need to. Okay, that works. It does. That's what I said. If you make a mistake, it's all good. I could have just licked it, but I don't want to lick the envelope glue. I hate envelope glue. I don't know what it is about it, but it tastes just like poison. Like, not that I've ever tasted poison, but I don't want to lick envelope glue. Like the people when they get married, I'm sure that they, you know, use the sponge or the little dauber thing, but I hate licking envelopes. Okay, there's that. My little corner pocket kind of moved over quite a bit, but it gives the idea at least. And then on this side, we've got this little flappy thing, but we're going to glue it closed anyway. We don't want it to flap out. We want it to be glued closed. At least I do. And the same thing with this part of the envelope. It came apart. So then we've got this one on this side. And I got glue everywhere. Oh, I forgot to glue the top again. Glue the top of yours. Okay, so we glue the top. And we really should be thumb hole punching these ones too. I don't know if I can at the moment. I want to, but I'm just going to end up getting glue in my punch. I'm going to get glue in my punch. But it has to happen. Good. Are we good? Kind of, sort of. So we've got this one open, and I've got this one open. Kind of, sort of. It keeps coming undone. Because I keep pulling on it and won't let it heal, or won't let it stick. All right. And then we have this guy, and I just need to glue his sides closed. Because I decided he wasn't going to be writing space, because I put the little policy closure things on him. Hinge it on the back. No need for hinge to wrap around. Hinge it on the back. You know, I was just playing with it flipping out, which you're right. The way I glued it, you didn't need to. You could have just glued it down. But I really wanted it to flip around. I just couldn't figure out how to make that part work. So then this little envelope thingy will be a policy envelope, and he will go inside of here. My glue is a little too far over now. There we go. That will go in there. I don't love it. I think there is definitely more you can do with it. I have another one of these for here. I mean, it doesn't add that much, but it is one more place to stick something. And it's here and it's already cut, so I'm going to glue it on. But I'm pretty sure, I'm positive, someone else has made this before. But I'm sure there's other ways we could cut up envelopes or fold envelopes and do it as well. So this was 2 envelopes, and it used every bit of 2 envelopes. All right. So there's that guy. And he would just go inside of a pocket, I guess. Although, with that little hinge right there, if you would have left that hinge sticking out and not hinged it to that pocket, there would be a little hinge, and you could use that hinge to make this a page in a journal and make it an actual turnable page. I really want to take it apart and do that now, but I am not going to. But if you leave that little hinge part out, the little hinge will glue into the page of your journal, and then it will turn and it will be a pocket. And if you do it that way, you know, you could still have your big pocket go down the center, but you probably could also have your pocket come from the side right here, depending on how you built yours. So now I have to play with it again and make another one with the hinged part that flips around. Anyway, sorry about that. The camera's freaking out. But it was one little idea of playing with 2 pockets. I'm sure there's a million more. You guys want to keep going with pockets like this? Or you want to, because all that started this was this first fold right here, where I folded up the envelope. If we don't do that fold and we do another fold, I'm sure we can find something else to play with and make. I do want to try one thing with a piece of paper though, because I wanted to do it with the envelope and I realized it would be too small. Let's do it with this piece of paper. Let's do I need an envelope though. I need a different shape of an envelope. I need a different shape of an envelope to do this, I think. But let's just pretend that this is an envelope. And so here's the envelope flap. It basically gives us a number 10. I don't want a number 10 envelope. So I folded in a little flap at the top, and I'm going to fold it in like a gatefold. I'm going to attempt to fold it in like a gatefold. So I'm just making sure that they meet in the center and that they're relatively, because I'm just doing this by hand, no scoreboard, that they're relatively equal in size. So relative equal flaps here that are the same size. And then I have a little flap up here at the top. I'm going to lift that flap up, hold it back. And so I want to cut off this right here. Did you guys play with envelopes? Did anybody else come up with better pockets? I mean, maybe not I shouldn't say better, but different pockets. Are you guys playing too? Okay. So right now we have a gatefold with a flap. We have a gatefold with a flap. So we basically kind of, like if you would have overlapped these, you would have had a pocket. You would have had an envelope right there. Not really trying to make that part of it, but you can tell I want to fold the bottom, but I'm just trying to figure out how far do I want to fold the bottom and for what purpose do I want to fold the bottom. I'm just going to do it. So I also folded up the bottom, a good little flap section. And now on this one, I'm just going to cut. So right here and right here is where I'm going to cut. This looks weird because it's a folded letter and the fold lines are visible on the scan. So it kind of looks like I folded it where I didn't fold it. So this is probably a very poor example to show you guys. So for this one, I'm going to flip these both up. And these can be little pockets right here on the side flaps. Okay. So just to make my point, and I really shouldn't be doing this until I was sure, but these are just little flap pockets. So each little flap has a little pocket on it. And it folds up like this so far. Let's take... We have to decide, is this something that we're going to glue down or is this something that we're just going to put in a journal? The easiest thing to do would be to take this up too, but I don't want to do that. It's too much the same. Let's flip it to the back for now. I don't have to look at it. Then I have these. For these, now I'm regretting my decision. I could have folded it up further and made little corner pockets with it right there. Let's just fold it down, kind of like the little tuxedo things. I've never made them, but people do. Little shirt pocket envelope things. So we've got little flaps here. We still have good, good enough pockets on the inside. So I'm okay with that. And then we have these little things here. I mean, yes, it could be like hidden writing space, but that's not enough for me. So we're still on 1 8.5 by 11, and I've got some extra pieces. I've got this that folds up here. So if I fold this back up, you don't want to secure it. You don't want to glue it because you want these to be able to fold out. I mean, you could do like little policy string closure and it would hold it. And then, so I need little circles again. This isn't a circle punch. I need little circles again. Oh, wait, I have this for little circles. Don't I? Who's playing with paper? You can put the hinge on the top and flip up for a hidden pocket. You can put the hinge at the top and flip up for a hidden pocket. fold it in half vertically to create more pockets on both sides. So what I was thinking is from here, from where we're at this exact point, you could put a string closure around these two, and then it would just be where like you opened it up, you opened this up, you opened this up, and you had little pockets. I'm not sure that that's like super exciting. Like obviously you could put some kind of card or something in here so it's not just opening up to nothing. But I mean, I think Peggy is saying to bend it back here and then fold it to make two more pockets, but we can do it. And it would be something that goes inside of a pocket again. I keep making things that go inside of pockets instead of just making things that are pockets. It's just accidental. So if I fold it in half again, you've got these that open. And then on the inside, you'd have two pockets right here and right here. And I'm pretty sure that's what Peggy was telling me. But you still have a top flap that you're going to have to do something with. And this goes inside of a pocket and it's not a pocket. Which so was the other thing. So I guess that's just what we're doing tonight. So there's those two. So we have, I mean, this tag isn't going to fit, but you have a pocket here. You have flip up little writing space here, depending on how you decorated it. You could also seal this down and have a very, very small little tuck spot or something like that. And then you don't have any pockets down here on this one. It's literally just right here. But if you used a paper clip to hold it, you're going to keep that pocket. Then you take the paper clip off and you've got a little pocket on this side. So the little tag goes here. And then you could have writing space or whatever. I don't know. But there's that part of it. And then, because you've paper clipped it, you'd have the same thing on the other side where it opens that way. But you also have the inner part of it that has pockets right here. I need to use different paper that has like one pattern on one side and one pattern on the other side, because I think it shows better on camera what I'm talking about. So that's okay. That's a piece of ephemera that goes in, goes in a pocket. You've still got a top flap to play with, and you still could pin something. I guess you can't really because there'd be stuff in there. But let's see what this top flap can do. I mean, can it do nothing? Is it literally there for nothing? You could cut it off and make two more little pockets out of it. So like if you cut off that top flap, I will never remember how to make this, but if you cut off that top flap, cut off the top flap and take it in half, I suppose if you thumb hole punched them, you would get two more little pockets right here on this side. Let's just do it. I think that's what Peggy was saying, is to fold it in half like that. I'm hoping I did what you were saying, Peggy. That was a good idea. It's just a piece of ephemera that goes into a pocket, which the other thing was going to be anyway. I need to make pocket ideas, but now we have these to be glued onto here. How many pockets does this make? I don't know. And I'm pretty sure you could do this out of like a 12 by 12. And it would come out a better shape because it's not as narrow as the 8.5 by 11. I mean, you could glue it somewhere else possibly, but I kind of like the idea of gluing it on the front. So we've got that one. You could just clip that pocket on the edge of a page so pockets could be on both sides of the page. It would definitely do that. It definitely would. That's a good idea too. So it's like an over the page kind of a thing. Over the page. I encourage you guys to just sit down and fold some paper, because one of us is going to come up with something cool. at some point. So right now we've got so you'd want to clip it like if you were just clipping it together as just one piece, not over the page, but just one piece to keep these little flaps down. You would clip it right where my thumb is here, because then it keeps the little flaps down too. It doesn't allow it to open or go over a page. Well, it kind of would, depending on how you did it. Let's make a journal page so we can look at this. And let's make a journal page. I mean, this is like, you know how you have to align your little printy, check your print heads, whatever that's called. Let's call this a journal page. Pretend that we're going to clip it over a page. And then clip it right here where my thumb is. You would technically have pockets. I mean, it'd be more of a tuck. But you could do that. It would be more of a tuck both ways, I guess. But I think what she's saying is paper clip it here. The only problem is you won't be able to keep your flaps down. But you could paper clip it there. I guess it kind of stays down. And then you've got a tuck here. And then when you take it off the page, you have all the other ones. So you have two tucks, basically. We could thumb hole punch these. I don't know that you'd want to. I guess it's just tucks. And then you take it off of the page because you wouldn't glue it down. And then you'd have 1 pocket, 2 pockets, 3 pockets, 4 pockets, 5 pockets, 6 pockets, 7 pockets, 8 pockets. 8 pockets, and it works as 2 tucks. That's a whole lot of pockets. They're very small, but 8 pockets and it works as tuck. Make a cute paper clip with charm dingle. That would be cute. An edge hugger. I've never heard anyone call them edge huggers before. That's cute. Very cute. Well, it's an idea, and I think this one is worthy of going in the idea journal. But I bet you if you make this out of 12 by 12, you're going to get a much better shape for a tuck. And probably someone already has done all of that and figured all of that out. But I don't have a 12 by 12 in here. So, and apparently I'm shedding because my hair is right there. Sorry about that. So anyway, we have this guy. What else can we figure out here? Like both of those, I think, are good enough for the idea journal. Let's try to play with some more paper. We'll save this as our journal page because I'm sure we will need it eventually. We have some more envelopes, and I do have other ones over there. I have some journal cards to play with, and I have some of these papers. See, I don't think these ones were misprints in this one. I was trying to find something that was double-sided printed. Like, it's half misprints and it's half not misprints. Like, that's misprint. And then there's tags randomly. Well, I don't really have anything else that's double-sided other than this blue one. But if I use this, we'll still see what's supposed to be double-sided because it'll just be white. Okay, we have these. I really want to go get a bigger envelope because the idea that I have in my head is similar to this, but it's from a big envelope. I need to go in the garage and get a bigger envelope. Let's figure out something to do that is bigger. And I mean, you know, it could be totally wrong, but I'm just going to start folding because I just want to make something bigger. Like that was cute, but it's very, very small pockets. It's only going to hold tiny little tickets and things. And we did cut 2 flaps off somewhere from something else. So theoretically, because these came off of that. Oh my gosh, come over here. We did cut 2 flaps off. We cut them off the top or something. I don't know where we cut them, but we did cut them off of something. And you could have glued them in here. So you really could have had 10 pockets. They're different, this is up here and this would be down here. But because we cut these flaps off, I don't know where else you would put them other than right there. But you could add 2 more pockets in here from these little flaps. Maybe, hold on a minute. I'm not done playing with that one yet. Maybe we could take the little flaps that we cut these flaps off of something somewhere in there. This is the only piece of paper like this that I've played with so far. So what if we thumb hole notch these for little pockets? And what if we glued them right at the base of this little flappy thing? And that way, I need a small little something, but you have a pocket here. But when you put something in this pocket, it will hold those flaps down. I don't know. It kind of takes away from the coolness of the flap, though. I don't know. We need to add these little pockets somewhere. They can be added right here, and then when you put something small in here, I cannot even get this to bend right now. It wants to do everything that I do not want it to do. Glue that there. Put something, little ticket. You can't get this to work. Put a little ticket right there, and it will hold the flap down. I kind of like it there holding the flap down. The flap just flapping was bothering me. But then when you take the thing out, you have some hidden space that nobody knew was back there. You get it? Because right now it just looks like, oh, the blue paper is folded. But when you take out the little tag, you have this little hidden place to write. Maybe. The only other thing you could do with the little flap pocket is put it where I said, you could put it up here, I guess, and have 2 very small ones. I don't really like that idea. The only other place is in here. It's literally the only other place. Ew. What do you guys think? Hold the flap down. So there's option 1 is to hold the flap down. Option 2 is to put them inside of here. So if I turn it over to the blank side, you'll be able to see. I'm going to hold the flap down on one, and I'm going to put one inside, and that will give us the idea for both in the idea journal. How about that? I just saw them laying over there, and that way we have used a complete 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, and we did not waste any of it. There's no scraps left over, and if you make it out of a 12 by 12, it will even be better. So I'm going to tuck that in there so that that is obvious. That's why I'm doing it. And then I'm going to glue this one in here. So get out a piece of 12 by 12 paper and play with it and keep folding it and folding it and folding it until something works. I'm going to finish this green one, and then I might play with one more envelope, and then I think we're going to call it. So now I've shown it both ways for my idea journal, which I don't know that this one will go in there, but I like it. It's cute. It could be the page hugger. All right. I don't know what else to do with that one. Let's play with this one. flap holder and do a paper clip from mirrored fussy cut. Oh my goodness. Flap holder and do a paper clip from mirrored fussy cut. I have to think about the paper clip from mirrored fussy cut. Paper clip. Oh, I get it. I get it now. A paper clip. So you want me to glue a paper clip in here so that it just, you want me to put a paper clip somewhere so that it just is like a hidden paper clip. I think that would work, but where are you talking about sticking the paper clip? Are you talking about just sticking it on here and not being like a hidden one that's glued in? Or are you talking about gluing it in? Because you could glue it in and then it would just slide over. Not a paper clip, a paper. Rhea, that one's going to take brain power. I got to think about that one. All right, so for this guy, I really want to make pockets out of him. But how can you make, so he is a misprint because I see the lines in him. I really want to make pockets out of him. But how can we make pockets other than doing what we just did with envelopes? How can we do it? I have glue all over my fingertips. Okay, so we've got that. I don't generally like the book page pockets that are folded like this. Like there's something about them that I just don't like. I'm not going to try not to do a book page pocket. I'm staring at it and staring at it and staring at it. And I don't think the idea is coming to me yet. Let's try folding it this way. And then from here, I mean, we could easily end up with the same thing that we ended up with the envelopes. I mean, you know, I could cut this section right here in half. I could thumb hole notch it here, and you'd have a little pocket here, and you'd have a little pocket there. And I think it's worth doing just for the idea journal. But what else am I going to do with the 8.5 by 11 piece of paper? I didn't fold this one, so it's just rough cut at this moment. I'm going to make this one the small little pocket. And I like the fact that you can still fit a tag in here. Like a decently, I can't get it into thumb hole punch it. I like the idea that you can at least still fit a tag, like a good size tag in this pocket going this way. But this is not an envelope because it's not two-sided. So when I did this, we're just going to get one pocket that goes that way. And then up here, we're just going to have one pocket. They're not going to be double pockets like the envelope thing. So we have those. We have two pockets. And then we would have another pocket here. But again, this is just something that clips over a page. It's like the same things. I'm sure there's something else we can make that doesn't just clip over a page. Okay. Well, let's leave that. That's okay for a start. Then on this side, I could just do a corner pocket. I mean, it would look nice if it was two-sided paper. But what if... Okay, let's do this. Let's cut down the center, and it's going to completely cut off this one pocket, but we're going to glue it on here in a second anyway. So let's cut down the center, and let's glue up these pockets. So let's glue, and I don't have to glue them like we're really going to stick something in here. I really just should be tacking them. But let's glue that one up. And let's glue this one. I forget we're not actually sticking something in here. It's not an actual journal. I should just be using cheapy glue. And then let's stick this one here like it was. And I'm pretty sure you will thumb hole notch that, but I am waiting to do it until I figured out what's going on the back. So now I've got this situation. From here, I mean, you could cut it at a corner and then take this corner and put that corner over here and gain a whole nother pocket. And I'm just going to do it because my brain tells me that I have to do that. So I'm just going to do it. I do want the whole thing. Okay. So I'm just going to cut the whole thing at a diagonal. Obviously, I'm not cutting it at a perfect diagonal because I didn't, put it on a scoreboard or whatever. So this side has a corner pocket right here. But on this side, you really could take this piece and put this on here. And I would have loved if it would have been like a different color, but unfortunately it is this color. I mean, I could cut and glue this one and it would be the right way. Anyway, we're going to do it like this. And I'm going to glue that on. So I gained a corner pocket on this one side. And I kind of like that. So we're going to do that. And then I still have a corner pocket on the back and I didn't have to waste any paper. So there's a big corner on the front. We didn't lose anything. We didn't lose any real estate. We're all good. So we have one pocket right here, one pocket up top, right here, and we have one pocket here, and we still are going to have whatever goes in here. Okay, on this one, I still have my corner here, and there really isn't anything else I can do with this other than fold it up and in. So you would just need to decide, are you going to glue this flat to a page? So here's our journal page. If you want to glue this flat, like you could surely make it a pocket here, or make it a pocket there, whatever. But you could have your pocket on the inside here that's a corner, which I think is better than having it here. Yep, we're doing it. We're gluing it. I'm sorry if my brain works crazy. Oh, not there. No, we're not gluing there. We're gluing here. If my brain works in crazy ways that make no sense to anyone else, I apologize. But now we have this. So our journal page, we can put this anywhere we want because it's going to be a pocket. Depending on wherever you glue it is how it's going to work. And then you have this little flap here, and you have a corner pocket. You could have writing space. You could make additional pockets if you had additional paper. But I don't have any additional paper that I can cut off of anywhere on this one to put another pocket on. So I'm going to have another pocket from another piece of paper or something. Or maybe it just opens up like that, and that's okay too. Like it can just open up with a pocket in there. Hold on. If this is your journal page, and say we want to glue it where it's a pocket this way. Do you guys see what I'm saying? If you glue it to where this is still usable as a pocket, so you've glued it top tier, and you've glued it bottom here, and glue the back here, you can still have it be a pocket here. And then for this one, you still have a pocket here, but we could, no, we'd have to glue it. Dang it. Dang it. I mean, you could paper clip it and then stick something down in here in the center part in between the two layers if it was paper clipped. I mean, I guess you would want to paper clip it so it didn't just flip open all the time. I don't know. Ideas for this one. Glue another triangle to the back of your journal page to create a pocket and a flap. Hold on. You could glue the other triangle to the back of the journal page to create a pocket and a flap. I need more explanation on that, Peggy. I'm not really good with following that part of this seminar. We have these. I think you meant glue it this way. I mean, either way, I guess it's exactly the same. It didn't really matter whether the pocket was here or the pocket was here, because either way, it was still going to move like this. I think we're just going to call this one good like this. Don't ask me. It's just a pocket. And you're just going to paper clip it. So you can stick something in there, I guess. I don't know. Not if you paper clip it. It's just going to be another tuck. So glue it down. Glue this part down to where it's a tuck here. And let that flap flip open. Or paper clip it and then stick something down inside. Those are really the only options. Before you had glued the loose triangle down, it could have glued to the journal page and it would have made a permanent pocket on the journal and permanent pocket on journal and a flap of pockets. Oh, you mean one of the flip outs. So if I would have taken this piece right here and glued it to the page, then this whole thing would have been upside down because I folded this over. I'm confused. Oh, glued it like this. I don't know. We'll have to play with that. I think she's saying glue the little triangle to the page and then the whole thing would have flipped. Possibly. I think so. Peggy, should we play with another one and do it? I don't have to make all the other pockets. Let's do that. Let's see what Peggy is talking about. What other papers do we have in here? We have this guy. All right. Sorry if everyone gets bored, but now I have to figure out what she's saying exactly. I'm pretty sure we started with just a 4-fold. It doesn't really look, we did not start that way. We started like this. Yes, we did. All right. So it's like that. And then, did we start that way? Surely we did start that way. Okay. And this one, I cut this like this. And I cut this pocket off. I made this too narrow this time, but I cut this pocket off. I thumb hole punched this one right there, and this one right here. And that's those two pockets. I am going to have to make the pockets. My brain doesn't not let me. I will make them faster. And there's that one. Okay, so we have our pockets. And then I did this kind of a dealie. Kind of. More or less. And glued that. Well, now it is this way. Glued it like this. I really wanted the pattern on this one, but I'm not going to get it. Nope, that's not right. I can't figure this one out. I want this little pretty rose pattern. I don't want to lose it. I was very messy with my glue on that one. Okay, we did that. Then she's saying flip this backwards and glue it to the page like that. Why is it getting caught up? What's getting caught up here? It's getting caught up on my weird cutting. Okay. Glue it like this, and then it flips out. So glue the triangle right here. Glue the triangle right here, and it's just going to be a pocket. And then this flips out like this, but it's kind of all upside down. So you wouldn't want to flip it down, but you could do it like this. Your pockets are all on this side. How can I make them be on this side? Fold it backwards. Just gotta fold it the other way. There we go. Like this. So it's hard to see, but there's the triangle. There's that part. And it flips open like this. And from here, could you not like, because this part would come down, but I don't know that you need this way. I'm going to glue it to this journal page just so that my brain stops hurting. And I'm trying to get it where it needs to go, but I'm going to end up gluing the whole desk. Okay, so there's a little pocket right there. There's the pocket. It folds up and folds up. You would ideally glue your triangle at the bottom of your page. There's two fold lines here, and I lined it up with the bottom on the wrong fold line. So we're going to leave it for now, but don't do what I did. It folds up like this and over. It's kind of cute. You know, you've got a lot of pockets here on the front to play with. I still think we could do something more here, obviously. I guess it's just journaling space this way. Look at Peggy's latest. Not front of journal, back of first page. I don't understand that. Glued on back of journal page. On back of journal page. On the inside? What does it matter if it's on the inside or the outside? What does it matter if it's this way or that way? Why? It didn't really work. My triangle is still there. But if it was glued here to the back page, I don't see that mattering. Yeah, I don't see that mattering. Find your baby triangle. Slip the triangle. This is fun trying to decipher how to do this like this. Triangle goes inside. Extra pockets. Find your baby triangle. Something that goes inside. Slip the triangle on the inside. Triangle own its own. And the rest of the pocket will be on the front. Slip the triangle. Where's the other one at? I glued that one down. Okay. Slip the triangle on the inside. On the inside of my thing? Are you talking about like wrapping it around the page like this? This is like really, really fun, guys. It's like leading a blind person. Not that I'm trying to make fun of that, but I'm just saying. Is this what you're asking for? I'm getting warmer. I'm glad that somebody gets it in there. I don't get it. Well, you would still have like a little pocket here, but like, no. Although this could be fun. Because then you'd have a triangle pocket here and a pocket here. And then this would flip open. The triangle will go on inside only. Inside of what? Inside of what? Inside of what? Inside of the page? The back of the page? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Close your page to where I started. There's my page closed. Your journal, page 2. When you okay, start at the very, very, very beginning, Peggy. I'm sorry, guys. Are you all very, very frustrated that I'm not getting this? Okay, I'm going to listen only to Peggy because I don't want to get confused. Can you do your triangle? Well, I have a little piece of a triangle left. So we're just going to pretend that this is a whole triangle. So here's my triangle. Where does my triangle glue to? This is my triangle. It's not glued to anything right now. Are you talking about this triangle? Because this triangle, I made a pocket right here. This is the only triangle I have. Undo this triangle. This is just a regular triangle. Like, it's not folded up from anywhere else. It was cut off from right here. So if I take this piece off, it's literally just a triangle. Okay, so I'm going to take it off. It's just a triangle. Okay, this is what we have. I enjoy how fun this is of trying to figure this out. Undo that triangle. This triangle was not connected in any way, shape, or form down here. This triangle was cut off from over here. Wrong triangle, the other one. Okay, well, that's cool because this is the only triangle I've had for a long time now. So this triangle, Rebecca. I know, Rebecca, I know. I'm just not getting it because I don't know where she wants me to put this triangle. Exactly. Exactly. You walked into a mess. Peggy is asking me to glue this triangle somewhere, and I'm trying to figure out where. Glue that triangle to back of front page. Back of front page of what? Of this little guy. So we have a triangle right here. Because that would work for a pocket. But how does that glue to a page? No. Page of journal. Glue that triangle to back of front page. Okay. So I have this triangle. It's right here. And I'm going to glue it to the back of the front page. There's my triangle. It's glued to the back of the front page. Pretend like it is glued there. Okay, now what? Not like that, reassess. Okay, this is the front page. This is the back of the front page. The triangle is right here. This is really the only way that you're, because the triangle goes like this. This is really the only way you're going to glue this triangle. Glue the triangle down to a page. Pretend it is glued there. Close the page. Then flip it up and over. Is this what you're asking me to do? Now I think people are just watching for the fun of it. Okay, so if you do it like that, you're saying that you get a corner pocket right here. And you're saying that you still have all your pockets on this side. And you get some kind of pocket here. A pocket, a flap, if you wanted to glue it down, however you wanted to glue it. I get that. That makes a lot of sense. However, if you do it that way, all you're really gaining, you have no pocket here. It's just a piece of paper. It's just a flap. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, but this is just a flap in a pocket in a triangle. Like, I feel like we could do this another way, and it is a cute little flip out thing. But what I was trying to make is a pocket. Is a pocket that we can glue down that can be many other pockets. And so the only pockets that we gain from doing it this way is the little corner pocket here. Oh my goodness. It won't go under that. Is the little corner pocket here, right? That we gain one little corner pocket here, and we gain either a flap or a pocket here. That's 2 pockets. And we have this flap, which we weren't going to count anyway. If I glued it where I had it here, oh my gosh, stay. If I glued it where I had it here, because I thought that's what you guys were telling me to do, which is still fine. If you glued it where I had it here, it would then flip down. Pockets will still be upside down. So I guess this one glued here. I get what you're saying. Glue it over there. However, before we glued anything to anything, this was my pocket. I'm going to put it back on. And then I'm going to flip that little corner flap around. Because I really want it to be a pocket. I need to just glue this. Because there's not much paper left on my little triangle here. So this is my little triangle that I had here. We're just going to pretend like I didn't tear it off. There we go. And then we're going to pretend that this is a real triangle. If I folded this triangle up like this, and I put it around here, I'm gaining your pocket that you had, and I'm gaining that corner pocket because the corner pocket's going here. And then on this side, I have this pocket, those pockets, that pocket, and a pocket back here. It's at least a bunch of pockets. I guess if you want the flippy flappy, leave it open. But I don't think that we need to put the corner down by itself. You still have the flippy flappy. See what I'm saying? You still have your corner. You still have this one. You could still have your flippy flappy if you wanted it. Or take it like this. And glue it and have another flap here. How many pockets? You would have put the triangle on the other side. On the left side, front with pockets facing. Oh my gosh. Now I got to figure out what this one is. Put your other triangle back on. I would have put that triangle on the other side. On this side. Instead of having it here. You totally could. I'm just trying to add as many pockets as I could to this side at that point, but you totally could put it there. But if you didn't put it there, you know, if you glue it down like this, then you have a big flap or a big tuck. It just depends. If you want it to be the flap, then I guess you could put this one here. If you didn't want it to be the flap and you just wanted it to be a pocket, then you're just going to glue the bottom and tuck something here. It's basically just a tuck with pockets because there's a corner pocket. Like, let's just see this for a second. Where is a Sharpie? So pretend like this is my corner right here. It's not perfect, but pretend like this is my corner. If I took this corner off and I put this corner here, is there no way to still get a pocket and a corner? I'm out of paper. I do like the flap. I do. See, now I do want the flappy. Now I do want the flappy with the pocket. And I don't care that it's ugly. Now I see and I do want it. Unfortunately, it's going to be white side out. But I am going to do it. We're going to have to make another one of these because I have the green one over there, but we glued it differently. I'm going to have to guess where this glue is going to go. There's not enough paper left on my thing to actually glue on this. So I do like the flippy. I do. I've seen the light on that. But I need more pocket. Okay, so we have this. Yes. And I'm just going to glue down the bottom of it. If I glue right here at the bottom and I glue right here, no, I can't glue right there. It has to be flappy. So I'm just gluing it right here. I kind of like my corner pocket here. You totally could do it the other way. Put your corner pocket there. I guess that way you have at least like pockets on every page. Is that the thing? You just want pockets on every page? Like, is that the reason why you would put the corner here? Because if you did that, you'd have like corner and corner, and it's like too many corners. I don't know. Where do we want the corner? Do we want the corner on this side? Or do we want the corner on this side? I like mine like this. I'm going to leave my corner like that. All right. I'm calling it done with that one. But we still have this guy, which is basically the same thing. Except for I glued this pocket. He is literally exactly what I just made right here, isn't he? He is. My brain just wants this one. He just wants this one. Will that not work? It will not work. It has to go like... This one won't work at all. Why does this one work, but this one doesn't? What did I do different? Oh, I see. The triangle's in a different space. Not exactly the vision, but close enough. Oh my gosh. You could fold the front pocket corner down to create another pocket. You could. You could. I saw that. You're saying... Wait a minute. I'm not getting that one, Peggy. I think these are things that you just have to play with in your brain the way that your brain wants. Because when I'm trying to follow your directions, there's nothing wrong with your directions. But what I'm saying is, I think you just have to sit down with a piece of paper and you just have to play and try to figure it out. Because we all came to just about the same conclusion, slightly different. But I think when you sit there and you fold and you fold and you fold, you're going to end up with something. So just sit there, play with a piece of paper, and keep folding and making little pockets as you go until you end up with something you're happy with. And these are basically the same thing, but depending on where you put that triangle and what you do with that triangle makes them very different. So I think they're kind of the same iteration of the same idea. We can do one more of these, but it's going to have to be on... Well, I mean, I have these. Do I not have any, like, full print? I think there was a green something. I want a paper, this one, that is mostly the same. I have a green and a red. Save that one for a journal page. Here's a piece of paper. Okay. Fold top left corner in, not out, to create an angle pocket. An angle pocket. I'm going to try to follow this one last time. You're saying like this. So you'd have like a corner and a corner. I hope. I don't know. I'm done with that. That one's hurting my brain right now. We're going to have to play with that one later. I feel like a 2-year-old whose toy just frustrated them. Okay, we have this piece of paper. We've done them like where we kind of folded it in half this way. And I know if we fold it in half this way, we're going to end up with skinny things. But I'm going to do it anyway. And then I'm going to fold it like this. Do I want to fold it in half? I think so. So I folded it basically into quarters. So long way and then in half again. And then from here, I mean, you know, probably end up with something that goes around a page. And there isn't really that many options for this kind of a thing, right? It goes around a journal page, and sure, you can make some pockets here, you can fold a corner, you can whatever, but you're still going to end up with the same basic thing. I don't know that there's a whole lot else you can do. Let's just keep folding and we'll try to figure something out. But see, if I take, like, I was thinking, well, if I fold or if I take down a corner, you're going to end up losing part of the pocket on this side. I don't know what we do with this one other than like fold it back on itself. I don't want tiny, tiny little pockets though. No, Peggy, no. I'm sorry. I don't mean it like that at all. All I mean is it comes a point where it's just like I need to put it aside for a little while. For this guy, I think you're going to have additional paper. I don't think you're going to make a big, you know, a couple of big pockets like this without... I'm just going to try. And I don't want to fold it in because I don't want to lose the paper that I could get by cutting this off. I do have glue goobers everywhere. So if I fold it down like this, I end up with a pocket here. So just pretend like it's over my page. I need to get a page that doesn't have that on it. But anyway, pretend it's over my page. I have a pocket right here that it's just a little tuck. Like it's not a very big pocket. And I have a pocket here, but it's not really an awesome pocket. I don't really love it. I think I want to cut it off. I do not know why I want to cut it off. I just don't want, I don't want it there. I want to cut it off, so I'm going to cut it off. I'm going to cut this one off. And I'm going to put this back on my page. And then I'm going to take this corner one. And I could get a little kind of a double pocket situation there. And then it would be a big pocket back there. I mean, I might be able to live with that kind of double pocket, but you could fold that back and get triple, but you're losing a whole lot at that point. So I think we just leave it and do a double on that one. So you've got pocket here, kind of. I mean, are you going to glue this down? If you're going to glue it down, then why does it need to go over the page like this? It doesn't really. Anyway, you have pocket here, you have pocket here, and you have pocket here, kind of. Can't be putting things in the corner of the thing. I don't know. I don't want to play with it on there anymore. I have this. On this side, I would much rather it open out to that. But you can't be sticking things in from that way either. I've already changed it. So I have pocket here. I have pocket here. Kind of, because it's just a little open thing. And then, sorry, big yawn. And I'd have a big thumb notch here. I mean, it's just a pocket. It's nothing special, and it's not going to go over a page necessarily. Let's see where I end up with this one. The trash pile? Quite possibly. Okay. So we have this on this section. But why do I have a flap back here? That makes 0 sense at the moment. So you need to do something. I mean, I'm sure people probably do just clip it on, but it's kind of just a pocket. You know what I mean? Like it's there's not enough paper to play with. I think I should go get some 12 by 12 because I think 12 by 12, it just gives you more real estate to play with. So if I do it like this, just put it over a page, but you are going to have to glue it down. So glue it. Pocket, pocket, nothing exciting. Pocket, pocket. We only cut off this triangle piece, and I really cannot like do anything with this at this point. He can just be pocket over here. He can be pocket over there. Cut the top for a 4th corner. So that one I think I'm okay with just having like a little set like this. I think I am. It sort of kind of would work if it was made out of double-sided or double printed paper. You guys are hilarious. I love it. I really love it. Really love it. All right. So that was not anything. We didn't actually make anything. I mean, there's nothing there. But if I do it like that, and I put it back on the page where I had it. Hold on. How's this going to work? I figured this out. I need this to go on the inside now. And this to go on the inside. I think I want this one on the front. This one on the front and this one on the back. No, that doesn't work either. Dang it. All right, so here's my page. I'm trying to get this on here like this. And here's your flippy outie. Here's your flippy outie. And here's your triangle. It's just a different, bigger flippy outie. We have this triangle. I think he would get glued here. You stop folding in on yourself. And then just a pocket there. I don't know what else we would do. I think it's fine. We added a pocket, I guess. By folding that back the other way, we added a pocket. But that's really it. And then it has to be a flippy outie, so there's no pocket right here. That doesn't work for me. That does not work for me. Back to the drawing board with this one. We have to cut it like this. I have to cut it. I have to cut it into two now. I finally got my pockets, guys. Look, I got a pocket and a pocket. Yeah, I got a pocket and a pocket. Wait a minute, I lost a pocket somewhere. Where did this one go? This one went like this. I got a pocket like this. And then this one, you just paper clip in and you remove it. And it's a pocket. I can't anymore. I can't. My brain is hurting. I can't do it anymore. I can't. I will continue to play though. It was fun to play. I can't with those thingies anymore. We might be able to play with this, but I can't play with those anymore. I can't. They're frustrating me like a kid. So this one I did take a piece off already. Anytime you fold it in half like this, I think to go around a page, I think your options are pretty limited. Excuse me. I'm yawning. It's 10 o'clock. Oh my gosh, guys. It's midnight for a lot of you. Oh my gosh. All right. I'm going to make one pocket out of this thing, hopefully kind of quick. Are you cool to hang out for a minute? Can I go in the garage and grab the envelope that I've been wanting to do? Let me grab, because it's a bigger like 6x9 envelope and I do not have any of those in here. So if you guys will chill for 1 second, I mean, it will probably take me like 30, but chill for a second. Let me grab the bigger envelope so that I can play with what is in my brain. I will be right back. Sandy, I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Okay. This is the kind of envelope I'm talking about, like a big greeting card kind of envelope. Night, Sandy. Sorry. I'm running very, very, very late tonight. Was not planned at all, but I'm having fun with it. So we're just going to keep going with it. So here's what I was thinking. When I was folding up this little blue one, I kind of wanted to do this. So it's a 6x9. I know that's what it measures, 6x9 envelope. And so I have to quit yawning. I'm so sorry. It's past my bedtime. What it is it's time for medication. So I'm going to kind of gatefold it as best as I can. I mean, it's an envelope and I don't have a scoring board, but I'm going to gatefold it. It's really hard to fold it nicely when you don't have a scoreboard. So this is what I ended up with. I know that I want to cut off these flaps. Where are my scissors? I hid them from myself. I'm going to cut off these flaps. I don't know why. I just know that I only want the center one for right now. And I'm going to cut it at an angle. So I'm going to cut off this one. I don't know why I'm going from this angle this time. So I cut off 2 pieces of the envelope flap at the top and I gatefolded it. And it's not at all, don't look at my cutting right now. It's not at all even. That's not important. Let's just not pay attention to that right now. So you know how we've been making the little policy thingies? When I have some, I do. These little guys right here. So you could just leave this middle section and make this middle section in here the policy envelope part. And then you would have these 2 flaps that are technically envelopes. So if you sliced them, I don't know if slicing is a good idea, but I'm going to do a pretty good angle. If you slice them, I was going to try to match the angle, but it's going to be extremely hard for someone like me to do that. So I'm going to try my best to match the angle so that this is attractive looking. Kind of, sort of. It's not going to be, but it's a prototype. Oh, it already moved, so it isn't perfect. Oh, let me clean this up. So I sliced off 2 triangles. So we still have our gatefold, but now our gatefold is skinny pockets. I mean, they're not super skinny. They're definitely big enough for a tag to go in the little pockets. So you have 2 fold out little pockets, and then you have a big policy envelope in the center, right? That's kind of cool. But we did cut off these little triangles, and you know I'm not going to just waste little triangle bits that could be pockets. So if I put this on the front right here, because it was cut from an envelope, it's that whole section of the envelope, so it's doubled. So if I take my little thumb notch and I put it right here and I thumb notch it and then I glue it to the front. I mean, again, it's a white envelope, so you're not really seeing too terribly much there, but I'm going to glue it anyway. Glue, 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 glue. I wonder if I could print on these envelopes. I probably can. So my little flap has a little pocket that looks like this. And so I have the tiny, tiny little front pocket that just holds something in there. And then I have the bigger pocket that holds something bigger. And then I have this pocket right here, which also needs a thumb notch on the front part. I don't know if I can. I'm going to try it. Yes, I can. Ooh, sorry about that. And my little envelope's coming apart again. So we have something that looks like this. It's got little thumb notch pocket, little thumb notch kind of a pocket. I can do the same thing on the other side. I mean, we're here and I might as well. So I'll just do it quick. But what else can we do? No. Don't stick. Oh my God. My punch is wanting to stick. And it's super annoying when these punches do this. When they don't spring back open, you know? Okay. All of those go bye-byes. We need these still. This gets glued. It's an envelope, so it's not exactly perfect, but close enough. And this is going to go here. So we've got two little flaps that these are like, that's terribly off center, but when you punch anything that you're trying to get to be the same, like the good idea is to punch them together. Now I'm only punching one layer, but this one is really high where this one is in the center. So we're just going to repunch that so it doesn't drive me crazy because it's already doing it. But here we go again. I'm just going to blame my punch on that one. Kind of, sort of. We get the idea. So it's there. And then everything's sticking to my gluey fingers. We have this little flap that I'm going to make a little policy envelope thingy, I think, because that's what makes sense to my brain at the moment. And maybe you just put a paper clip. Like, I don't know. Because then you could tuck, like, so this tag could go down in the front in here. And then you would also have the policy envelope itself. And then you have this tag little area right here. It's got to be a skinnier tag than this, but you've got this one and you've got this one and you've got this little tuck and this little tuck and that little tuck. So that's 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of this. I don't know. That's what was kind of in my brain. I don't know. Hello, Misfit Crafter. Hello, hello. So I'm going to put the little dots for my closure and pretend like this is the closure. Never do those by eyeballing them in the right place. So pretend that is a closure for my policy envelope. I would need a thumb notch right here, but I will do it. What else can I do with a 6x9 envelope? Fight with my punch again. What else can I do with a 6x9? There's that one. It was an envelope and it doesn't want to stay. Use the policy idea on the front gatefold. You mean as far as keeping it closed with a little circle? I don't know what she... I never, ever, ever think the same as what you're thinking. You definitely could use a little circle to keep this closed right here. You absolutely could. And I don't know that that's what you're talking about, but... And then I guess you could just glue it down onto a page, right? Like, let's pretend that one of these blue ones is our page. So if this was our journal page, we could glue it down and it would be a pocket. It would be a pocket with a whole lot of extras in it. So we just glue it down to our page. And there's a pocket back here, just like every other pocket, right? There's a pocket here, or you could come in and do it this way. Doesn't really matter. And then you've got all your little pockets for your little stuff sticking out here. You pop it open. You had a tag down here in the center or something. You pop it open, you take your tag out, and you've got a little envelope for like ephemera that you just wanted to keep, but you didn't necessarily want to display or journal with or whatever. Private things. I have no idea, but it would work. I think it's a cute idea. I'm sure somebody has done it, but maybe not exactly like that. I have no idea. But I think it's cute, and I like this one. And this was kind of what this was supposed to be, but we didn't have a 6x9 envelope at that moment. So there's that. I think this one is my favorite one so far, minus my shoddy cutting, but... What else can I do with a 6x9 envelope? How many of these? I'm going to have to rewatch my own video to remember what those things are over there. Okay, 6x9 envelope. I mean, it's going to be too wide to put on a journal page this way. So if I'm going to do that, I'm going to have to do a whole lot of editing. Like if I use this as some kind of hinge and I want like a flippy pocket, because it's 6 inches, it's too wide for a journal page. So I think we're going to have to keep going folding this way. I'm trying to make it work in my brain. I mean, you could just cut it off, I guess, a little bit. But I don't really know what you gain from that. Just 2 pockets. One more out of the 6x9 envelope. And then we are moving on to bed. So here's a number 10 envelope. It's a little taller. Okay, now I'm wanting to make an envelope journal. That's when my brain's like, oh, just glue this to this. I don't know that I have an idea for this one. Because if I do anything, I want to go north-south, and I can't do it. You could fold it around to the back. See if I can make this envelope fold. I can't make it fold. I have to go in a little bit. It's really hard to fold these ones. Okay, so I folded it like that. Why did I fold it so much? Is this the right size? Roughly. It doesn't need to be folded quite as much as that. It's a lot of bulk, though. It's a lot of bulk. Not loving this one. I mean, you have some interesting little tucks, but it's not my favorite. So from here, I have one, sorry about the fingers. One little tuck right here. If I glued this down, you'd have some kind of little, like, you know, you could fold it even at a corner. It might get in the way of this one, but fold it. You have a little tuck here. You'd have to make the little, cut the sliver off and make the little hole over here for this one again. And make the little hole here. So I cut the end off to open it. And thumb hole notched this one. My punch is stuck again. Come on, punch. You can do it. There you go. Don't be crabby. Oh, it is being crabby. Yeah, it is being crabby. Where was I cutting? Punching? Right here. It's being super crabby and being sticky. Nobody likes a sticky punch. And you're wanting to stick and close weird. Yeah. This one I think is done, but it might get us through tonight. So we have our normal little tuck, our other tuck, this little pocket here. We'd have a pocket here. I could do a thumb notch and cut this open and have a pocket there. And then I'm going to cut this flap here. Cut. So that all stays on that side. And then I have this, which could be your hinge. And it would just give you a little hinge flippy pocket thing. It's a hinge flippy pocket thing. A hinge flippy pocket out of a 6x9 envelope. So this is what we ended up. You have tuck, goose, pocket, pocket, and then it would hinge. On the back side, I don't know what you could do. You don't need to fold it over as far as I folded it, but if you did fold it far like this, it could almost be its own little tuck right here on a page. Like that. It's basically the same thing we already made. It just came out of an envelope. Well, this is what we have for this one. I don't know that I'm going to do anything else there. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure there are other things we can do, but what they are, I don't know. Has everyone literally just thought of everything and there is not one single other way of folding a piece of paper? There's got to be, right? So I think I'm just going to spend like 1 hour every day for the rest of my life trying to find a new pocket. Honestly, it's a whole lot of bulk. Just because it's a 6x9 envelope, I'm sure you can fold it better, but there's a bit of bulk there. I guess you are getting, it's no more bulkier than anything anyone else makes out of having a pocket on a pocket on a pocket. I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure you could flip this back around and do something different with it anyway, but I'm giving up. I'm giving up. Tend to fold backwards on purpose for a new look. That's cool. Yes, they definitely look better when you cover them with cute paper. Absolutely. All right, I'm going to switch the camera. I'll say my good nights. I have no idea what I look like. Probably a mess. But that's what I look like. A pocket a day. That would be really, really fun. And I would have to sit there and play for that hour trying to figure out a pocket a day. But the thing is there's only so much I have figured out how to do with a piece of paper. And I just think that there are other ways of doing things. It just takes the time to literally sit there and fold and fold and fold. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not, I appreciate everybody's advice and all of that kind of stuff. But I think that you just have to sit there and keep folding the paper over and over in different ways. And okay, I found one I like, and then put it to the side, and then get a new piece of paper and fold and fold and fold until you find something you like on that one, and just keep doing it until You finally one day fold one way, even maybe by accident, and you're like, oh wow, this made an awesome pocket. So I think that's something that we all can play with, is just fold paper, fold envelopes, cut them, glue them, whatever it is that you need to do with them, over and over again until we all find something that works for us. I just think it's interesting playtime anyway. All right. I thank you guys for hanging out with me for, oh my gosh, 5 hours and 20 minutes. And I was like, oh, I'm only going to be here for like 2 hours. No. So we've missed dinner. I need to go figure out what's going on with my son. And I will be back. I'll send an email to everybody tomorrow and post in the Facebook group about the challenge. And I don't know when I'll be back. Either Tuesday, Tuesday next week or the week after. We'll see. Wait, I said yes, Tuesday next week or the week after. We'll see. You made a journal with only pocket ideas? That's awesome, Peggy. That's awesome. Very fun. For those of you that weren't here in the beginning, I am starting on the 1st of January, 365 junk journal ideas. So every day for the next year, I will have a short, like 15-minute video showing one junk journal idea a day. And it's going to be anything from mixed media things, from techniques to anything and everything, pocket making, journal card making, whatever. It's just 365 junk journal ideas. Beaded things, metalwork things, all kinds of mixed media things where I use antique and vintage trinkety things. Whatever comes to me that day, I'm going to sit down and do it and turn the camera on, and I'll edit the videos. Obviously, they'll be pre-recorded videos, not lives. And I'll edit the videos down to like 15 minutes, give you guys the highlights and, the good shots, and tell you what I learned as I did it. And it should be fun. 365 junk journal ideas. And I'm sure, there are things other people have done probably. I don't know. But we'll see. We'll find out. That's what I'm doing for the next year. Yeah. Happy New Year, guys. I will see you guys. Oh, missed it. Just the tail end of it. I will see you guys next week, maybe. We'll see. Have fun. You guys will hear from me before then. I'll be crafting and stuff. I don't know about Friday craft with me. We'll see. We'll see about Friday craft with me. Bye, guys. Have a good rest of your night, good morning, whatever time it is for you guys. And we will see you again soon. Maybe Friday. We'll see. Bye, guys.